All right, what up, everybody? Happy Monday. Hope everybody is doing well. We've got some orders coming in, so let's go through these orders. But before I start that, always follow us on X. You know where to get your spots, where to get your teams. Pre-order Bowman Chrome Baseball, Breakers Delight Edition on the website right now. There's the schedule. We'll see if anything's sold out. We'll add it to that schedule. And some public service announcements. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Always make sure you're watching live and set your chat to live chat. That way you don't want to miss a thing, as the song says. And subscribe to our text messages. Some of you may have missed a discount over the weekend on the mystery crate specifically. So if you want to pay full price, that's awesome. We would love that. But if you want to take a little haircut off some breaks, go for it. All right, Yannick just picked up, or last night got stuff a little bit everywhere. Gets into Tigers in Delight 2. Giants in number 3. This is all Bowman Chrome. Tigers in number 3. And Giants in number 4. Nice. Daniel gets Prism Nats. Thank you. Daniel's not done. He gets Prism Royals and Braves. Daniel also gets the Guardians. Daniel again, Pirates Yankees. This is all Prism. Thank you, Daniel. I think that's our last case of Prism Baseball, by the way. Shane gets Delight 1 Reds. That drops tomorrow, a weird Tuesday release. Jared going with Impeccable Blue Jays. We will have more Impeccable to post. But Prism Baseball, that's the last of it. Jared also gets Impeccable Rangers and Guardians. There's Adam Kupperman with the Cubs in Bowman Chrome 1, 2, and 3. Nice. I think they're still available in number 4, Adam, if you want them. Mark gets the Red Sox in Delight 2. DY picks up the Orioles in Delight 5. Looks like we just added 5 to the site. And let's also, while I'm doing this, let's post a poll for Monday Night Football. teams are 1-1. The line, the spread is 4.5. The Ravens are the favorites at -4.5. Kind of a weird, sort of an odd number. A weird number, but nevertheless, there it is. For whatever it's worth, I'm on the Ravens -4.5. All right, so DY gets the Orioles and Cardinals in number 5. Tristan gets the Phillies in number 5. The Mets in number 5. And the Tigers in number 5. There's Wesley with the Braves in 1, 2, 3, and 4. 2, 3, and 4. And gets a number of teams in impeccable baseball. Gets the Nationals. Gets the Yankees. Gets the Brewers and Orioles. Wesley also gets the Yankees in Delight 5. Wesley again gets Boys of Summer. Twins and White Sox. Let's get that done. That should be our first break of the day. All right, and that's all the orders I have, and that Wes's order was about an hour ago. So what's our first break of the day going to be? You tell me, you decide. You let me know. Now, I know a lot of people are going to be focusing on the brand new release tomorrow. If that's the case, pre-order your team. Let's hit the ground running tomorrow. Now, another quick, easy break we can do to start the day would be that one box impeccable break. We got 25% off of Boys of Summer. Let's get that into single digits. All right, Diamondbacks, Cubs, Tigers, Astros, Royals, Angels, Marlins, Phillies, Padres, Giants, Cardinals, Rangers are available. A little more work to do on that impeccable, but impeccable is also 25% off. And let's keep chipping away at that Prism Baseball. That's also 25% off. Obviously, you can still pre-order. We've got more mini helmets. Those are a lot of fun. We did a whole case yesterday, 2 half-case breaks. So it's 4 divisions, and then the other 4 divisions are locked away in that filler. So we can get that done. If you like more live or more memorabilia instead of trading cards, full-size autographed footballs also available. And let's keep chipping away at that Inception basketball. Someone took it was Alan Matsui maybe, took a big chunk of spots in that blaster box break. We can do a couple of those, and then I believe I think after that will be last filler. Believe it or not, basketball, like preseason, is around the corner, and then the regular season is going to start fairly soon. So I think interest in hoops, not only in the hobby, but just in general, it's going to increase, and therefore, hobby-wise, we should see an increase in interest in basketball as we get into the preseason and get into the regular season, probably in late October. I mean, we are entering an excellent part of the sports calendar. Like in October, we'll have playoff baseball. We have early season basketball. We'll be right in the middle of the NFL season. Hockey season is going to be starting soon. So we're going to be in a pretty good spot. Now, we're also in a good spot to do some breaks, ladies and gentlemen. So hopefully we'll get something going soon. So keep the momentum going, keep building on that momentum, keep increasing the momentum, building the momentum, keep putting the wind in the sails of our ship so we can get to the safe harbors of Breaksville. Let's go, gang. And don't forget to vote on our Monday Night Football poll. Who's gonna win the game tonight? Both teams are 1-1. Lions are plus 4.5. They're the road dogs, and Ravens are the favorites at minus 4.5. And that game should be starting in a couple hours, maybe hour and a half. A little pregame going here.
Throughout this Monday night countdown as we continue to walk our advance of this fantastic game between the Lions and the Ravens. At least on paper, it's supposed to be a good game down. It's the hippie. Where is Sienna? See down there in the Center Harbor? There we go. There we go. I'm on a boat. We're going to give you the nominees and let you know. So you can vote for us. We continue. It's countdown.
No one in the chat today. Who wants first? And again, if you just want something quick to start the day, what about this? That's the third and final box of that case. And then I can load up another one box break. Well, it's not a bad price point at all. $60 for a high-end box. There you go, Matt. Hello. How's it going? Actually, I think Matt, speaking of this impeccable break, I think Matt is the only person who's gotten a spot here, so someone help him out. And we can finish off that final box, and then we can post another one box break. That'd be easy to fill. I don't need very many people for that. Don't forget to pre-order. Remember, we got 25% off, full case of Impeccable, full case of Prism, full case of Boys of Summer. That Prism is our last case. I don't know if we're getting any more. I think we had a nice run with it. We might not be getting any more, but yeah, that's our last case of Prism Baseball. If you want to get into it, that division break right here for the mini helmets, that is a fun break. We did a couple of those yesterday, 2 half case breaks yesterday. Let's do another one today. Now there are 4 teams in each division. So 170 divided by 4, if you do it that way, that's only $42.50 a team. Right? At that price point, if this was a 32 spot break, I feel like a lot of you would be getting 3 or 4 spots anyway. So we just made it easy. We bundled them up into divisions. And you could probably argue that each division, is going to have a team with someone to chase, because they got older school guys, right? You got Kurt Warner, Deion Sanders, Jim Kelly. So even if a team doesn't have like a hot current player, right? There's still old school players that'll make up for that, right? So what division do people generally not like? Let's take a quick look at the standings. It's probably the South divisions. Right, maybe people aren't too crazy about the AFC South or the NFC South. You know, like, but Carolina still has old school guys, right? Like Julius Peppers. What's in the NFC South? Tampa Bay, Carolina, Saints. Right, Tampa Bay, Bucky Irving. It's pretty good. Obviously, AFC South will have Calvin Ridley, Eddie George. And then you have specialty helmets too. Right, AFC South still has like Peyton Manning opportunities. You can get inscriptions here as well. Calvin Ridley for Tennessee, inscriptions. We've got some rookies here. Right, Jackson Dart. Cam Skadaboo is probably gonna get a lot more carries now, right? Tyler Shuff might get a start sooner rather than later. We pulled one of these art, this is new for 2025. We pulled one of these art mini helmets yesterday. They're one of ones. There's not a lot out there, but we pulled the Jalen Hurts. There may be multiple Jalen Hurts, but I think each one is like unique though. I think for whatever particular artist we pulled, but I mean, I suppose there could be another Jalen Hurts by a different artist though. I think that's how those might work. You know, these vintage ones are pretty cool too. Johnny Unitas, Jim Brown, Reggie White, Derek Thomas, Sean Taylor. So the checklist link is in the product description if you want to check that out. So I would argue that each division has, you know, has someone cool to chase. Excuse me. Change the color of that text, make it a little bit easier to read.
Precision from the pocket. He pushed the football down the field, and even more importantly, he wasn't sacked the entire day. When under pressure, he absolutely annihilated the Dallas Cowboys.
There we go.
This is the ascension. This is the growth. This is the.
So yeah, if you click the product description, the link to the fanatics.com page will be right there, and you can check out the checklist for the mini helmets. And if you don't want to pay that price point, you can try to win your way in. Pay $22. We rip a pack of Donruss football, the value pack. Then at the end of that break, we randomize everybody's names. Top 4 names will win $170 division spots for a fraction of the price. We've got full-sized autographed footballs. We've got Inception basketball. I know there's not a lot of quantity on the site, but we definitely have a lot of quality on the site. So get into these quality breaks, especially the ones that are 25% off. I feel like that's a nice haircut off of those already well-priced teams. So take advantage of it. Now listen, the last order I got was from Wesley at 2 o'clock LA time. It's 3:45 LA time, so that's almost in about 15 quick minutes. It'll be 2 hours ago. So we need someone to get something going. You know what? We'll try this. Why don't I let people know that I am in the air everywhere? It's not Sunday, today's Monday. Happy Monday. Joe Jaspy is live streaming right now on YouTube. Lots of baseball breaks at 25% off. Pre-order Bowman Chrome. So we group break, case break, we live stream, we sports talk. We're all about the Big Hit Express. There we go, let's post that. Now if you want to help us out in a different way, you can always follow us on X and share that post with your friends and followers, or just let people know. Word of mouth, big thing here. We want you to let your friends, family, coworkers, neighbors know, hey, get into this group breaking thing. It's a fun way to collect. You know, there's the thrill of the chase. We like a little bit of the gamble as well. You know, we like that adrenaline rush. You know, working through the highs and lows of the group breaking world. And once again, I have to point this out. This is probably the easiest one to fill right now. I just need 9 people. And that's the last box of that particular case. And then the next 1 box break can be from a fresh case, which would be nice. So go to the website, browse around, grab some spots. I can shout out your orders, and that could inspire people. You know, your order right now can inspire someone else to get an order. You know, I feel like a lot of people get a little nervous about being the first one to get a spot. You know, but you might think, oh, it seems pretty quiet right now. Let's make some noise. All it takes, and we've seen this happen so many times, which is why I keep talking about it. I just have to convince people to get things started. We've seen a lot of times where people start buying spots, you know, and that builds a momentum. Then someone else gets a spot. Then someone else gets a spot. Next thing you know, we're in Breaksville and we're wondering, hey, why don't we do this? Why don't we do this an hour ago? So once again, it's been 2 hours since our last order. Who wants to be a starter? Start things off. We need a starter here. Everyone wants to be closers, right? But we need starters to start things off and get us rolling.
He presents to you bacon tart London. Look, I'm just happy that he's for 200 sticker, which is why we also present to you my special treatment which is how we're talking this young.
Get more savings and service. Get more with Geico.
I can't really hear when I saw how rude she was. It was all hands on deck. It's tools for taking the seat apart, and they found it.
That's the best part.
That's how business is.
Also, don't forget to vote in our poll. Who's going to win? Who do you think is going to win tonight? Lions are in Baltimore. 67% on the Lions at plus 4.5. For whatever it's worth, this is not financial advice. Although I did have a nice week this week. I'm on the Ravens, minus 4.5. I had a poor week 1. I had a decent week 2. I had a good week 3. Plus 35%. Plus 35% on the old profit meter. Could get it to almost 40% profit if I win tonight. I got Ravens minus 4.5, minus 110. Let's go Ravens. Don't let me down. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, who wants to get things going here? We need some help. I need your help. We need some helpers here. Help us out. Get us going. Hi.
start. This time was not on WhatsApp. This time it was. So when this happened, texted the phone, you give up words. And no one could help. This happened sent an HD photo on WhatsApp. Let's go. And it's safe to play. How much? Thanks, everybody.
All right, look at that. We got a couple orders from Heath. What does Heath want to do? He's looking forward to tomorrow. He gets the Red Sox in number 4 and number 5.
It's a car that's not short but amazing.
Thank you, Heath. And his other order is the Red Sox number 3. I was going to say, the Red Sox still available in number 3. So Red Sox are gone in all of our breaks. If you missed out on your Bowman Chrome team, we've got a fresh case loaded up, but number 5. So there's still 24 teams left, so that a lot of the teams are still available.
Is now opening with Spectrum TV.
Download the best podcast.
ESPN Unlimited and more must-have streaming apps are all included at no extra cost with Spectrum TV.
Wait, what? How do I get in on this action?
Activate today at spectrum.com/ESPN.
When Donald Trump and Texas Republicans don't fight fair, Californians need to stop fighting with both hands tied behind our backs. We can't sit by while they steal congressional seats, rig the next election, and silence our voices. With Prop 50, the Election Rigging Response Act, we can stop Trump cold. Prop 50 gives voters the power, preserves independent redistricting, and offers all Americans a fair midterm election for democracy in all 50 states.
All right, so who's going to be next?
Prop 50.
We appreciate Heath's order. Thanks to him for getting in. Who's next? Who wants to be next? Grab a spot, grab 2, grab more. Remember, we got a lot of baseball breaks that are 25% off. That impeccable break should be an easy one to fill. 9 of 10 left on that one. Let's finish that. We should finish off that box. Last box of the case. Let's knock it out. Let's get that done. There it is right there. Waiting for you. Let's send these cards to let's send the cards inside to a good home. You choose, you decide what we do tonight. Got a lot of breaks, 25% off. That could be a good one to do. Lions Ravens starting in about, what, an hour? Do, 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 do.
They very easily could have won that game. They failed to for a number of reasons. something that wasn't good enough the other night. But as we've seen so many times, you draft the guy, that coach is under the gun, there's pressure on Ryan Dale to win. He's trying now to, what can I do? Say my job, what can I do? Put some wins on the board that shows that we're making progress. You can't keep doing it the same way and have the same result. So there's a lot of pressure on the organization, the people within the organization, and the guy who's going to have to absorb that is, in some ways, unfortunately, Jackson Dart.
This goes back to that game, but in a totally different direction. The Kansas City Chiefs look mortal. No, and now we're watching Patrick Mahomes without those weapons sort of fall back into the pack with Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. What can that team do with that lack of weapons to compete with the Baltimores and the Buffaloes of the world?
Well, the reality is that last year that they kind of proved their portal as well. You know, they won those close games and they were just not as explosive. They weren't as dynamic, but they had Patrick Mahomes, they had Andy Reid, and they found ways to win games late. And I know the defense stepped up and really times as well. And now they're not winning those close games, and they're not as talented as some of the teams.
Grizzlebees, hello. Good evening. The day, not so good. Grizzlebees. We've only had one order in the last 2 hours. Well, there was, the order was for pre-order for tomorrow, but for a break we can do tonight. The last order was 2 hours ago, over 2 hours ago, 2 hours and 10 minutes ago. So we need a little pick-me-up for this day here. We need someone to help us out. You know, we need a cup of coffee for this break, for this day.
Because the easy thing to do is say, oh, they've done it before, they'll be fine on Sunday, but the rest of the league is coming after you.
We have to acknowledge it's 9 straight AFC West, it's 7 straight AFC Championship games, it's 5 Super Bowls in the last 6 years. It's a remarkably sustained level of excellence, and look, there's teams that are approaching. We're going to watch one of them in the AFC tonight in Baltimore. Try to look for the ball.
And I wouldn't count them out.
I'm on the Ravens tonight. Ravens minus 4.5. Although the voters are suggesting the Lions. So we'll see. Yeah, Ravens. Ravens have given up some points in the first few weeks, so I think the over is also in play. I think there'll be a lot of yards. A lot of yards. Yeah, I mean, I've had a pretty good week this week. Currently, I am plus 35% on my investments. I was on Tennessee plus 4.5. That was a loss. I was on Carolina plus 5.5. I was on the Washington Redskins, Commanders, whatever you want to call them, minus 3. I was on Cleveland plus 7.5. Philadelphia minus 3. That was lucky. Pittsburgh minus 2. And then I lost Houston plus 1. Houston should be a better team than what they're showing. I pushed on the Denver game. I had him plus 3. I think they lost exactly by 3. I was on the Saints +7. That might be a no bet from here on out. I was on Chicago +1. I was on Arizona +2. They lost by 1. They should have won that game outright. And last night I was on KC -6. And tonight I'm on Baltimore -4.5. So we'll see. Don't forget to vote in our poll, ladies and gentlemen. It's been 40 minutes and only 6 votes in our poll, so I can already tell this evening is a little bit on the quieter side. Maybe everyone's watching the game. This is a pretty big matchup. Maybe people are out and about just before the weather starts to turn for the worse for a lot of parts of the country. Maybe they're enjoying going out on a Monday night, enjoying an adult beverage, some dinner, some football. But if you're hanging out with us here, I would encourage you to get your spots on jaspyscasebreaks.com. Help me out, help yourself out, help each other out. Let's get some breaks going. Oh, nice. And there were no creepy adults trying to steal souvenirs from your kid. Could have been a viral moment. Some good numbers. There are some good numbers. You know, they are, when you're rolling 2 dice, 6, 7, 8, I think are the most common numbers that you can roll. Maybe the kids are just into craps these days. Maybe that's what the kids maybe that's what the kids are doing. They're throwing dice. Wesley's chiming in saying that 6-7 thing is weird. So it's a thing?
Independent election experts, citizen redistricting commissioners, civil rights organizations, and President Obama urge you to vote yes on Prop 50 because 50 protects independent.
Something to do with LaMelo?
Ensures a fair midterm election.
That's interesting.
Not Trump. The power saves democracy in all 50 states. Yes.
What, like, is LaMelo 6'7"? Oh yeah, he was talking about his height, Wesley's saying. Then kids turn into a meme and a rap song. All right. LaMelo Ball, oddly more influential than I thought he would be in the social media space.
To watch the full version of this week's The Head Dog, visit playfootball.com.
That family was quite popular when they were playing in high school. They like those high school when they were in high. My cousin even went to a game. We grew up out not exactly in their area, but not too far from them, but. Yeah, my cousin even went to see some of their high school games. Apparently, the gym was packed every night they were playing home games. Wish LaMelo would stay healthy. That guy just needs to stay healthy. Otherwise, he would be one of the. I'll bet he'd be. What's his ceiling? Like top 15 basketball player, active basketball player if he was healthy.
it's ingrained in me. It's instilled in me since I was a kid.
All right, we still got some time until the Monday Night Football game. What else do we have here that we can watch? Is there a national baseball game on?
What
I
is the
don't think
language
so.
that you and your mother primarily speak in?
Wants to speak, always speak, wisdom, speak.
Yes, I am from Germany, from a little small village called Hittorf, which belongs to Leverkusen.
So she just speaking German. I said, that's how you learn German. So when I was a kid, I happened to either fit in one of these 10 of these people.
This random Lord of the Rings movie on as background here. All right. Well, who's going to get us going on some breaks here? The last order we got for, I know that we've gotten a lot of pre-orders, which is wonderful. All right, here's pick your team 1, almost in single digits. So that drops tomorrow. It's a odd Tuesday release, but Diamondbacks, Guardians, Rockies, Angels, Brewers, Twins, Pirates, Padres, Mariners, Rays, Jays, and Nationals are available. But the last order I got was yours, Wes, almost 2 hours and 20 minutes ago, which was Twins, White Sox, and Boys of Summer. I mean, that could be our first break of the day. Yeah, crickets, Wesley, your efforts are unappreciated by the rest. I appreciate it. Maybe I'll put a bat signal out on this here. Diamondbacks, Cubs, Tigers, Astros, Royals, Angels, Marlins, Phillies, Padres, Giants, Cardinals, and Rangers. There's no team over $100. There are $200 teams, but there's no teams over that. We can easily get this into single digits, right? Especially with 25% off. $50 Phillies, $70 Royals, $70 Astros, $70 Tigers, $60 Diamondbacks, like teams like that. Shave off the 25% off. That's a really great deal. And once this is in single digits, I feel like that'll get more attention. Now, typically, more people are browsing the site than they are watching the stream kind of actively. A lot of people check in, check out, but in terms of just like people actively browsing the site, people are always on their phones, whether they're at dinner, commuting, in their cars. Although you shouldn't use your phone in the car, but everyone does. If you're a passenger in a car. But everyone's on their phones all the time, and a lot of people are on Jaspi. So even if the viewing numbers may not seem too significant, like we've got almost 22 people, a little over now, browsing the site right now. So if you're hearing the sound of my voice, you should get a team or two, because then the people window shopping, browsing the site may notice.
Did you watch the Rangers game? I only seen highlights of it. Mario, there was one run where I was like, whoa, I thought he was an Oregon, then he fumbled. Did you see that one where he took off?
I was driving back from Vegas, so I was listening on the radio, and even the radio guys were like, he's playing like he's playing like they're running plays that he would have run in Oregon.
He did a triple option like that.
Yeah.
He took off, and I was like, oh fuck, he's gonna score, but then he fumbled it.
Yeah.
Really funny though.
No, the Raiders' offensive line is just so horrible.
Was that a graded one? Yeah, it was a nice attempt. Pretty good for though.
Top one.
Yeah, 8. It couldn't hook you. They didn't see this and see who was submitting it, and maybe it was just like,
Should have been a 10.
give this guy a 10. Check this out, folks. So Nick's dad, the original boss man, got a card in Ginter. What year was it? 2017.
2017.
So the Tops guys came to the shop before wondering how the process was. The PSA only gave us an 8 though. They're right down the street. They should hook us up. We should have slipped them a 20. We should have put this card in the package, put a $20 bill inside.
The guy came to the shop, he had just left the Jonas Brothers.
That's right.
He came,
Yeah, Grizzlebees remembers when you did
he
this.
came to the shop, signed it, and then he was off to Fernando.
That's right. Yeah, I remember that. He was. Nice, Mike.
So my collection.
Put it in the Hall of Fame area. Yeah, so it was pretty cool. They came. So if you're wondering how the process worked, there's like the small print that says this was signed in front of a representative. Yeah, some dude. He walked away, but I will, Grizzlebees. But he had like a big briefcase, a big sturdy locked briefcase that he came with a bunch of cards inside. And yeah, I guess this guy's job is just to go from city to city and just, once I guess they make appointments, they go city to city and then they just collect as many autos as possible and send them back. All right, Wes is going to try again to get something going here. Tigers and Padres in Boys of Summer. Anyone want to help Wes out? So he gets us down to 10. I'm going to put a bat signal out on this here. All right, as always, if you want to help us out in a different way, you can always follow us on X. And share that post with your friends and followers. And in general, just spread the word. Spread the word about Jaspy's. Let your friends know, let your family know, your coworkers, your neighbors. I know we got a lot of coworkers that break together, friends, family that break together. Wes also trying to spark something in Impeccable as well. Padres, Braves off the board. It's a little bit further away, but with the 25% off discount, that's got to move the needle for somebody. We're halfway there now. And speaking of Impeccable, we still have that one box break available. 9 of 10 left on that. Nine of 10 left in the one boxer, and it's the last box of the case. We did pull the case hit. It wasn't anything too crazy. I feel like the first two boxes were solid, but we didn't really see like a train whistle or a monster or anything like that. So if you want to go monster hunting, it might be there. I do, Wes. I actually just came back from my parents' place yesterday. My dad's birthday over the weekend. But yeah. I do. Oh yeah, I noticed that you were going to Vegas for after Christmas. After Christmas, I usually drive to my friend's place in Scottsdale and visit him for the New Year's holiday. Where are you staying? Nice. Capola is going to help out with the Giants in Boys of Summer. Excellent. So now, with that order, we are officially in single digits. so we can fire off the single-digit siren. We're down to 9 teams remaining. Diamondbacks, Cubs, Astros, Royals, Angels, Marlins, Phillies, Cardinals, Rangers. Ooh, a nice little corner balcony. That sounds nice. Let's go to Vegas right now. So Cosmo is down here, right? Yeah, just below the Bellagio. Yeah, I like the parking here, the traffic here on Harmon is just ridiculous. I never use that street. It's just, you know, there's a lot of different turn lanes. People don't plan ahead. They don't know what lane they're in. They're going all the way from left to the right or right to the left. You know, oh right, there's a fire station in here, so there's always like fire trucks going in and out, and that jams everybody up. It's a pretty busy spot right there. Oh, the road work is terrible. Remember when when they were repaving the road for F1? F1 time, everyone, all the locals there just hate F1 time because it's weeks before and weeks after of just road closures and all that. I mean, they'll never do this, but I would almost, if I was king for a day, I would, I know, the trees were great. Now there's like no shade here anymore. You used to be able to, like, on a hot day, if you were walking the strip, you can like duck underneath one of those trees and watch the fountain shows. But if I was king for a day, I would close the strip. I would rip up Las Vegas Boulevard. I would block it from like north of, maybe north of Fontainebleau, maybe at Sahara. I would close it from there and all the way down to like Tropicana, maybe below Tropicana, maybe to Mandalay Bay. I would just tear it up and just put 2 train tracks there that would just go up and down the strip. Just big, comfy, air-conditioned, you know, light rail. I would just go up and down. They would stop at every major hotel or block. There'd be a Mandalay stop. There'd be a Luxor stop. There'd be the ballpark stop. The baseball stadium's going to be here. You know, there'd be multiple stops along here, and I would just have that shoot up and down the strip. It'd be great. They'll never do it, but that's what I would do. Although maybe they couldn't do the F1 races if they did that. Maybe a monorail, elevated train, where cars can race underneath. That would be kind of cool. Aren't those open air though? It would be a little hot in the summer. Although maybe you'll get enough of a breeze as you go. Good. Well, listen. As we get closer to the holidays, Wes, my travel plans may be a little more clear. Maybe we can grab a adult beverage or something like that. Rangers off the board. Boys of Summer, thanks to Daniel. Now we're down to 8. See, look at this momentum. Yeah, Vegas in the summer can get pretty brutal. Although the good thing about Vegas in the summer is pool time. Pool time's always fun. Every once in a while, I'll splurge, stay a night or two at the Wynn. They've got an excellent pool here, and right next to this, and the food that they serve from the attractive poolside waitresses that are there, are all from Terrace Point Cafe, which is pretty delicious. You know, for a Vegas restaurant, the prices are actually not too crazy. Actually, the price have gone up on these. BLT used to be a lot cheaper. All right, maybe the prices are kind of crazy now. But still, it's enjoyable. Yeah, the cabanas. Oh, you pull up Park MGM. Yeah, the places that the Wynn gets kind of busy, not super busy. And I think like the pool club or whatever is at Encore. You know, so it's kind of separate. So, you know, if people want to party, I'll go over there. There's also there's also the adult only pool over here, which can also be a lot. There's like less kids that are roaming on that, but this is kind of like cool. You can like kind of walk all the way back and forth from like pool to the other. That's on a second level. I guess you can get a little cabana as well, or one of these golf course cabanas, or not cabanas, but like small apartments, I guess. You should try the Wynn. It's actually quite nice, I think, and it's north, on the north end of the strip, so there's really, it's not as hectic as the middle part of the strip. Because there's nothing to cross the street, right, except for that mall, and then it's like the Wynn. So you're north enough where you're not in the thick of it too. It's not too crazy. Yeah, they do a lot of like, I think TNT has done a lot of like the match at like these locations, at the Wynn Golf Club. They did the Steph Mahomes tournament. They've done a few others too. But yeah, big fan of the Wynn. They've got a lot of nice little restaurants tucked away in there. There's like a little shopping area over there and good food. It's one of my favorite cafes there that has like great breakfast sandwiches and delicious coffee. Nice place to walk around. I think they redid a lot of the rooms recently, which is also nice. Yeah, if you're already in the MGM ecosystem, MGM Caesars ecosystem, it's hard to, although they might point match. A lot of the big resort casinos do that nowadays. They'll just take whatever level you're at MGM and Caesars, and they'll usually match it. So you can be probably upgraded to whatever equivalent level is pretty quickly. It's a pretty common thing that's happening these days, as resort casinos vie for your business. which I guess is good for us. They gotta rethink the whole. They gotta rethink the whole. The whole resort fee system and all that. And all the casinos, there's like a trend. They go back and forth between having you pay for parking and then not having you pay for parking. It's up to you, though. So I think now they're making you pay for parking, but then, you know, a few years later, it'll go back to you don't have to pay for parking. I feel like that switches all the time. But Vegas may be going into a phase of we're not going to have you pay for parking. All right, Sportport, nice, is going to get Royals Diamondbacks and boys this summer, and gets the Rays in impeccable. Excellent. So these two 25% off breaks are inching closer and closer. Impeccable is down to 14. And we're down to 6 on this one. That's right, yeah. He's the one that got you into this racket. Cubs, Astros, Angels, Marlins, Phillies, Cardinals are left. I'm actually going to go grab that case. Maybe our first break of the day could be at the top of the hour, 5 o'clock Pacific, 8 o'clock Eastern. That'd be a nice way to start the day. Got enough top loaders for this break here. Some more supplies here. Should be able to get away with that. Case on my table here. And this would certainly be a nice way to start the day. All right, nice, Wes. Enjoy. Yeah, hopefully you'll be back with a break in progress. J-Dog, what's going on? New shop is great. Got a lot of space here, which I love. So yeah. And the other great thing, plenty of parking, which was a huge issue for us at the old store. And we were just running out of space, believe it or not. It was kind of crazy. All right, so here's a couple public service announcements here. You can always access this on the break schedule as well. If you click the break schedule that's pinned in the chat, or I just dropped it in the chat as well. Also, vote in our poll. We've got a little bit of a swing here. Initially, the public, 60% were on the Lions plus 4.5. Now it's flipped to the Ravens. People on the Ravens minus 4.5. So that game's about to start in about, what, 15, 30 minutes or so. So feel free to vote in our YouTube chat poll. I'd like to know your thoughts, and then we can watch the game together, break down the game together, discuss the game together, maybe do some breaks while we're at it. So again, we're down to 6 teams left. $25% off the remaining teams here. And then, of course, we got 14 left here. Yeah, we'll see which Lions offense shows up. Yeah, Gilo's saying, can't get a good read on that Lions offense. Yeah, are they the ones from week 1 when they were on the road? Or are they the ones that showed up at home last week? Who are they going to be? One thing Vegas thinks is that it's going to be a high-scoring game. The total is at 53.5. So we're gonna learn some things. Who are the Ravens? Right? They beat Cleveland 41-17, and then they lost to Buffalo. And that was another high-scoring game there. So the Ravens can definitely score some points. But which Ravens are going to show up? I mean, they had 432 total yards against Buffalo. You know, then they also put up, you know, only 242 yards against Cleveland, but oh, the turnovers, that's what it was. So we'll see. We're going to learn some things about these two teams. Could this be a potential Super Bowl preview? I don't think that's too crazy to say, right? Yeah, Ravens. All right, FanDuel's going to help us out. Yeah, Ravens are plus 240 for their conference. All right, Lions are plus 800. Their defense, actually, their front should be better than it has looked, though. They got a good pass rush. Terry's saying easy bet is Lamar and Henry over. What are their rushing yards? I mean, in spite of their poor defense, they're still plus 800 to win the NFC. So it's not like it's not like a crazy long shot to say that you could see Ravens and Lions in this. This could be a Super Bowl preview. Although that Rams defense actually, in spite of what happened with the Eagles, in general, I think a lot of people are bullish on that Rams defense. But really, we just need to see like one of these quarterbacks, which is good for the hobby. We need Josh Allen to at least make a Super Bowl appearance. Lamar Jackson as well. Justin Herbert. Right? Jordan Love. Our Jalen Hurts has already been in there. We just need to see some of those people in there. Green Bay looks legit. Not against the Browns last weekend. I mean, in general, I feel like they should be fine, but they did not look good against Cleveland. Jorge picks up Angels in Breakers Delight 1 and 2. That drops tomorrow. Do they really? I feel like, even so, I feel like, if you're Green Bay, you still have to beat Cleveland, though, Gilo is saying he saw plus 700 on Daniel Jones comeback player of the year. What are our other options? Does FanDuel have? Oh yeah, FanDuel has him at plus 410. So yeah, plus 700 is a good deal, Gilo, if you're interested in that market. It's a big list. Oh no. Yeah, I don't know why they're even offering Dak Prescott. I mean, didn't he play a full season last year? They're just stealing people's money at this point. Yeah, it's like Max Crosby's out there. I think he played a pretty full season last year. Yeah, like why is JJ McCarthy on there? This is just for the idiots who see, 150 to 1 and they're like, oh yeah, I'll put a bet on that. Now they're just taking people's money here. Preying on the suckers. Don't be a sucker, ladies and gentlemen. Take 25% off of Boys of Summer instead. But Daniel Jones is would actually be a legitimate, would be a play. Yeah, if you can get him at plus 700, I mean, that's what we call shopping the line. That's good. Shop for the best number. All right, we're still stuck at 6, ladies and gentlemen, on Boys of Summer. Who wants to help finish this off? 25% off. Cubs, Astros, Angels, Marlins, Phillies, Cardinals left. And I've got the case on my desk right here, ready to go when you are. There it is. 25% off the remaining teams. Cubs, Astros, Angels, Marlins, Phillies, Cardinals. You know, help me scratch off some teams here. This is the case that we're going to do. Sells it out. Gilo discovered the other day that Michael has the same birthday as Patrick Mahomes. Michael also has the same birthday as Joe Jaspy as well. You should be even more jealous. Who else says I'm on famousbirthdays.com. My name is not on here, nor is Michael Jaspy. Patrick Mahomes, yes, is a September 17th birthday. A bunch of TikTok stars and singers and athletes I have no idea who is. What about athlete birthdays? Yeah, I know, maybe I should. Athletes born on September 17th. Let's skip the guys that were born in the early 1900s. Let's start with people. Oh, no, maybe we should start from there. Anybody I know? No. Earl Webb, outfielder for the Red Sox in the 30s. Oh, Orlando Cepeda is a September 17th birthday. These are just athletes. Don't know these guys. Mark Brunell, Jacksonville Jaguars quarterback. Rasheed Wallace, nice. Sheed is September 17th. NASCAR driver Jimmy Johnson has my birthday and Michael Jaspy's birthday. Mahomes. Some Ai Mori, a Japanese rock climber. So those are some of your examples here. September 4th, is that you, Terry? September 4th. We've got a bunch of random people. Australian swimmer, gold medalist Don Fraser. Golfer Ray Floyd, who won the US Open in the 80s, I think. Another golfer, Tom Watson. He won the British Open a bunch of times. Who else? Who else? Who else? Hey, Mike Piazza, Terry. That's pretty good. Mike Piazza, September 4th, 1968. That's all this list gives me. I don't know if this website's very good. It doesn't show. No, McEnroe was born in February. No, Andre Agassi was born in April. A better website for this sort of stuff. Let's see, baseball, according to baseballreference.com. Oh, James Wood, the Nationals outfielder, is a September 17th birthday, as is Mets pitcher Brandon Sproat has my birthday. Who else? Ben Joyce, Oscar Colas, Jose Ramirez, Marcus Simeon. Remember Dan Heron? Dan Heron's in there. John Franco. Yeah, I mentioned Orlando Cepeda. What about September 4 birthdays for Terry? Andres Jimenez, Garrett Mitchell, Kyle Finnegan, Anderson Simmons, Adam Duvall on the 4th. A lot of these guys I don't know. They only played a few seasons in the early 2000s. There, we mentioned Mike Piazza. He's on the list there. Old Frank White. Remember Frank White? Old second baseman, shortstop for Gilos Royals from 1973 to 1990. Yeah, it's 18 seasons in the league with the same team. That's not bad. Decent 34.8 WAR in his career. Wait, is he the AL president? After his playing career, he worked as a professional baseball coach, television color commentator, elected to public office in Jackson County, Missouri. He was a first base coach with the Red Sox, managed the Wichita Wranglers, moved into the Kansas City front office. Currently on the coaching staff of the Kansas City Monarchs, Is he? Oh, he's facing a recall under the politics section. What did he do? Ran for county legislator as Democrat, winning the county executive by the county. Blah, blah, blah. Elected to the same position, 2-year term. But yeah, facing a recall election. So, no, it doesn't say anything about him being president of any of those leagues, though. Gilo shares the same birthday as Antonio Banderas, apparently. So that's August 10. So let's go to Baseball Reference. Let's see if we have any famous baseball players on August 10. Yeah, get him out of here. Property taxes skyrocketed. Oh, Bill, okay, you were close. You're on the right track, Terry. I don't know any of these guys. What about Wilson Ramos? Chilo, you share a birthday with old catcher Wilson Ramos. Played from 2010 to 2021. That's a nice little 12-year career. 2-time All-Star, 1-time Silver Slugger. Dan Johnson spent 10 years. Oh, right, the A's first baseman, Dan Johnson. I have to look at these pictures, too. Sal Fasano, also on your birthday. Old Yankees outfielder Gerald Williams. Bounced around a little bit, but 14 seasons in the league. Rocky Colavito, his autograph pops every once in a while in some of our sets. Old Rocky Colavito. You have a Hall of Famer. You got Willie Wells. Old shortstop, third baseman, Willie Wells. Triple Crown winner, 10-time All-Star batting title. Played from 1924 to 1948. Jesus. 21 seasons. Wow. It's like mostly for... It's like mostly for Negro League teams. Did he ever get to the majors? Maybe not. 1948, probably not. It was probably too old. He was 43 in 1948, so. What else? No, that's about it. Nothing too exciting on your Baseball Reference birthdays. Let's go to profootballreference.com. So on Joe and Michael Jaspy's birthday, what football players do we have here? I don't know. Oh, George Blanda. George Blanda on my birthday. All right, he was a QB for the Raiders, or was on the Raiders. I don't know how many. He didn't start any games. I think he was an old backup. He was on the Raiders until 1975 when he was 48 years old. Made 3 passes. We mentioned Mark Brunell. I don't know any of that. I'm not very good with old school football players here. Stephen Gilmore, defensive back Stephen Gilmore. Defensive back Maurice Hurst. We mentioned Patrick Mahomes. No, don't remember all these guys. What about Terry? September 4th. Terry, got any names that jump out at me here? No. Forget how many like football players there are. So many different positions, giant rosters. Does Sheila have any August 10 NFL players here? Dalvin Cook. Running back Dalvin Cook has your birthday. Might become a Dalvin Cook collector. Just collect by whoever's on your birthday. I think that's about it. So many names here. Matt Prater. Kicker Matt Prater. August 10. And that's about it. Bunch of names, but a lot of randos. All right, Daniel gets the Marlins in Boys of Summer. We're getting there. We're inching closer and closer. Now we're down to 5 teams left. 25% off the remaining team. Let's do it. And don't forget to vote in our poll who's going to win. Oh, now it's flipped to the Lions, that is. 54% are on the Lions, plus 4.5. That game is probably about to be underway. Let's fly to the stadium. I don't know where it is in context of the city. I've never been to Baltimore. I would like to. Oh, okay, so it's pretty close. I didn't realize how close it was to baseball stadium. It's a nice little sports district there. I hear they have a great aquarium here. This National Aquarium apparently is really nice. Oh, the Babe Ruth Birthplace and Museum. I'm gonna go there. Who's this lady singing? I didn't miss the introduction. What was that one game? I feel like there was like maybe it was the first game of the year on Thursday night. I forgot who was playing. But like, I don't know, this flag seems a little small too. Like, you feel like you should just get, if you're on a primetime game, get the giant flag that fills the whole field. You know, no, Gilo. I thought there was one recent one. Was this the most recent one? The Making of a Legend? Yeah, that was the recent one here. That was 2025. Which I think people said was okay. But I think this is a documentary. Oh, it was on CNN? Yeah, this was in early 2025. Yeah, so I think this was a pretty recent one that I think was okay. I mean, this was a classic. This was a long time ago, though. Spike Lee's Kobe Doing Work was pretty good. Also, for those of you who are soccer fans, if you Zidane, a 21st century portrait, is pretty good. Yeah, it was filmed in real time using 17 cameras, and it was that is the headbutt guy. And ironically, he was sent off at the end of this match as well. But I mean, he's considered one of the greatest soccer players of all time, and ended up winning a bunch as a coach too. He was with the Real Madrid. Ironically, that headbutt was towards the end of his career, and I think that's probably what he's going to be remembered by most like sort of casual fans. But yeah, he is the headbutt guy. But it's sort of an artsy documentary. But like it really, all those, they have 17 cameras synced up, and it's just focused on him on the pitch. And speaking of basketball, Terry Ricker just picked up a full spot in Inception basketball. Yeah, basketball around the corner. So probably a good idea to get some spots, get some teams, start building up your basketball collection for the season. So there's 3 full spots left, and we're planning on a couple fillers. One of those fillers is already halfway there. I would love to do basketball tonight as well. Now, you know more than that. You must know Messi, Lionel Messi, especially now that he's in America. You know 3. Pele, headbutt guy, Lionel Messi. All right, now per tradition, I will give each team a series before I close the poll. So feel free to vote in our YouTube chat poll. Oh, right, and Cristiano Ronaldo. David Beckham? You gotta know who David Beckham is. The guy in the commercials with Matt Damon. Now, how many Miami Marlins can you name? Do you think you can name more soccer players, or do you think you can name more Miami Marlins? Remember, gang, we're down to 5 teams left here. I think we've still named more soccer players. You guys have named more soccer players than Marlins. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to 5 on Boys of Summer. Cubs, Astros, Angels, Phillies, Cardinals. And 25% off, automatically applied at checkout. Check it out. No, that's a random question, but no, I cannot name any of the members of Maroon 5 outside of Adam Levine. 0. Or what about this, Gio? Can you name any of the and Sons in Mumford & Sons? So besides Mumford, can you name the Sons? All right, Sportport back in it with the Angels off the board. Excellent. Yeah, I can't name any of the and Sons either. All right, I love crossing off teams, folks. We got 4 left. We're down to the final 4. Yeah, this opening drive is looking pretty good. Yeah, maybe that Ravens defense was exposed against the Bills last week. Got a lot of hands on hips for the Ravens defense already. A lot of deep breaths and hands on hips. Throw it, Jared. Ooh. 4th and 3. Dan Campbell's going to go for it, right? Are you going for first down or touchdown here? This would be a Sam Laporta spot, right? Good blocks. Yeah, that block by Gibbs was great. All right, there you go. Daniel Smith with the Astros off the board, down to 3. That's a Gibbs touchdown. He's in. Oh, nope, that's the 1. All right, we're getting there. Cubs, Phillies, Cardinals left. NL Central fans, where are you guys? I'll be honest with you, I liked it better when it was less guest heavy. I feel like it's like a guest parade out there. I like listening to Peyton and Eli, but maybe I'm more about them I'm more interested in them talking about breaking down the game. You know, like I don't care about the guests and what they think about football. I'm tuning in because I want a Manning cast, not other people hosted by the Mannings. So I liked it better when there were just less guests. Right, yeah, I mean, I guess it's cool that they're talking to Lil Wayne about football, but yeah, I don't care about his opinion on the game. Like, great, you're a fan of Team XYZ, and it's like, so yeah, that doesn't do it for me. Too many guests, not enough Manning on a Manning cast. It looks like they're having fun, so I guess that's fine, and I guess enough people are tuning in that they keep doing it. But it's like, I want to tune in because like I want to hear these, you know, these quarterbacks like break down the game that I'm watching. What am I watching? Why are they doing this? Why aren't they doing that? I want them to like, I don't know. Are these too buddy with people in the NFL? They don't want to criticize anyone. But like, I want to hear from their football brains. Is there a Manning cast tonight? Yeah, Lions at Ravens. There is a Manning cast tonight. All right, I guess Michael Phelps is going to be on Manning cast tonight. I don't care about Michael Phelps. Yeah, I like when Peyton kind of gets deep into the game and starts breaking things down. Like I want to learn things. Jeff Daniels is on tonight. I guess Daniel Jones is on and Michael Phelps. Yeah, I guess there's only 3 guests. I feel like in my head I feel like there's always like, you know, each quarter we're gonna have a guest, and then they have them on for a long time, and I was like, all right, let's see how the Ravens respond.
Kicks it away. It landed in the landing zone and goes into the end zone. Pythagoras tells me that means it comes out to the 20. All right? Right. Here are the numbers. 70.
I feel like they've also at first I liked the new kickoff rule last year, but now I feel like this year it's overcomplicated. Like if it lands between the 1 and whatever yard line, it goes out. You have to take it out. If it's a touchback with a knee, then it goes out to X yard. But if it goes out of bounds before the end zone, then it's on the 45 yard line. I don't know. I don't understand it now.
as he is, as confident over the first couple of weeks as he has at any time in his career. High formation, Henry will take the ball with a lead back in front of him and just fly for a first down.
Yeah, the touchback to 35 is kind of wild, right?
Answer that opening set of goal for the Lions. St. Flowers is their
That's what I was saying too. The total was high. It was 53.5 or something like that. And I think I was like, that's definitely over, right? We're hitting like 59, 60 points, right? Total. This has like 30 something to 30 something, like 35 to 33 written all over it. I don't want 35 to 33. So I have Ravens minus 4.5, but
Well, you think you got him, but you don't got him because it's Lamar Jackson and Derek Barnes who puts himself in a perfect position to be able to come up and make a play. He's right there, but then the guy's able to just cut on a dime and get it around the field. And he's not the first guy that we've seen Lamar do that to.
all right, once again, my friends, we've got 3 teams left. We just got Cubs, Phillies, Cardinals.
He also made the stop, but another chunk of yardage in a game of 8. What's interesting about that, Joe? You talk about the
What are his totals like from week to week?
numbers have actually gone down over the course of his career, which is, you'd expect that. When you're young, you don't see the defense as well.
That's all. I mean, I really don't do over under on yardages, but I would imagine that total's been going up every week if overs are hitting. And at what point, Terry, do you adjust and you start hitting the unders?
Henry gets it this time, and the Lions step up a gain of just one. Derek Barnes, who was involved on Lamar Jackson, will make that stop. It's 3rd down and 1. Aiden Hutchinson up front is kind of the last man standing.
44.5? Feels like a lot, but I guess he does run it a lot, yeah.
Ryan Branch is just all over the place back there for the Lions. Yeah, there are so many good players on both sides of the ball for both these teams. We'll take a look at Kelvin Shepard. Easy pickup to get first down.
Whoa.
Touchdown.
All right. Ravens answer with a touchdown of their own. So both teams have had a series, and the voting, we can finally close the poll. Lions, people still have the Lions plus 4.5, 54%. So we'll see how it works out for our voters here. So at what point do you start hitting unders though, Terry? 50? I feel like if that line, if they go to 47, 48, 49, you might have to adjust the other way.
Last week against Cleveland here at home, Derrick Henry, 11 carries, 23 yards. He's already got 36.
All right, I'm gonna get a little bit of water here. Let's do it, folks. Let's sell out that Boys of Summer. The dinner break is approaching, but I can do it before.
It's Spectrum Fiber Power Internet, the most reliable internet you can count on. It's only everything.
When Donald Trump and Texas Republicans don't fight fair, Californians need to stop fighting with both hands tied behind our backs. We can't sit by while they steal congressional seats, rig the next election, and silence our voices. With Prop 50, the Election Rigging Response Act, we can stop Trump cold. Prop 50 gives voters the power, preserves independent redistricting, and offers all Americans a fair midterm election for democracy in all 50 states. Yes, all 50. So now's the best time for a great deal on a new Tacoma. Choose one of the selection of the year with the biggest savings. Tacomas are a true delivering powerhouse that can hold all your toys with classic and feature. Right now, you can lease a Tiger Tacoma for just $239 a month, or you can choose a low 2.99 APR. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
NFL on ESPN is brought to you by Progressive. Get coverage you can count on with home and auto at Progressive.com. We've seen plenty of fireworks here to start the night. First possession, touchdown Lions. First possession for the Ravens, touchdown Baltimore, 10-7. Fans all wearing watches to help with the presentation tonight. The light show that you'll see from M&T Bank Stadium here at Baltimore. That's Luke. Kicks it away. So it's good. Go ahead of steam and knock down as he crosses 30. Will go down to Lisa.
Yeah, Joe, well, Derrick Henry said what had been on his mind all game long was the fact that he fumbled in each of those first two games of the season and had the 23 rushing yards against the Browns. For him, he said he hadn't been playing up the standards. He said he didn't care that the Browns were basically stacking the box and selling out to start the run. He said it's his job to make something happen no matter what. He said last week was his fault. He was playing it all week in his mind. He could not wait to get out here tonight and break loose.
Yeah, he says if a man that size, 6'3", 252, needs any inspiration for a team, he is inspired tonight. That was an incomplete pass, pressured by Marlon Humphrey, who came on blitz. You're saying that was a lot of ball. That looked like it was forward pass.
It looked like it was a forward pass to me as well.
You're right. Marlon Humphrey, as you see up in Racing Ground, he comes across, he's going to try to pick that up. But here's a look at whether or not it was live in. I think it's pretty clearly done. They called that back, and they moved the ball back. So now it's 2nd and 19 instead of 2nd and 10. I agree with that. It's players on the right side. He was stood on the line of scrimmage and got to the edge. Made that play no gain. Let's go back to that first down pass.
Yeah, so Joe, when you look at this pass, it looks like the ball was released right at about the 23-yard line. And the question is, when it's first touched by a Detroit teammate, and it looks like it's right at the 23-yard line, I think it's something forward, but it's too close, that they would have changed it challenge.
Well, they're not usually calling them that tight. It was a 9-yard loss. Now it's 3rd down and 19. Lions have to use a silent count. They set up a screen for Gibbs. And he's brought down to 30, well short of the first down by Teddy Buchanan, rookie of the year. Yeah, really, when you're going up against any defense, but especially one as talented as this Ravens group, when you get behind the sticks, after that ruling on first down, and then it becomes a field position game on 3rd down, you're trying to give as much support as you can to your runners, see if you can back them up a little bit. But what we've seen from the Ravens on both possessions, now they ran in the first one, the Lions took it out for a touchdown. They're playing a lot of coverage, and they're inviting the Lions to try to run the football against some favorable looks. The Lions haven't had success when they've tried it. Jack Fox to punt. That's a beauty. Johnson Lester is Fields. And that's a ball. It's a 54-yard punt, 11-yard
All right, do we have a closer here, Adam? No, Adam's looking forward to tomorrow, though. Gets the Rays. 1, 2, 3. There you go. Daniel gets the Phillies off the board. Boys of Summer, 2 left. Cubs Cardinals left. No NL Central fans here, huh? Yeah, Jeff Dan. What's Jeff Daniels going to tell me about football, Gilo? There are a few baseball games, I think, happening tonight, right? Oh, literally just a few. Braves up 7-1 on the Nats, top of the 4th, and then Brewers at Padres, Cardinals at Giants. But I think the rest of the way should be quite busy. That Detroit's in Cleveland. That series is going to be. I feel like that series is going to be pretty exciting. I think the division is on the line there. Guardians are just a game back. Jeez, Guardians are 9 wins, 1 loss in their last 10, and the Tigers are 1-9 in their last 10. They're on a 6-game losing streak. Rangers on a 7-game losing streak. They're 3-7 in their last 10. So whatever chance they thought they had at a wild card spot is diminishing pretty quickly. What's the wild card race looking like? Yeah, I think there's some big implications here. Guardians and Astros are tied for the 3rd wild card spot in the AL. And it's kind of crazy if the Tigers only have 85 wins, which I guess would still be good for the 3rd wild card spot, I think. But yeah, so that's a tight little race there between the Tigers, Guardians, and Astros. Tigers, Guardians, Astros. They're vying for the 3rd division, or the division and the 3rd wild card spot. So that might come right down to the wire. And in the NL, I think the wild card spot is also in contention here. The Reds are on a 5-game winning streak. They've won 6 of their last 10. So it's Reds, Mets, and Diamondbacks are only behind 1 game. I guess are the Giants in the mix? 3 back? That seems like a lot at this stage of the season. I think we only have 10 games left? Maybe less than that. 6, 7 games left, maybe 2 more series left for most teams. So 3 might be too far back for the Giants. But Diamondbacks only 1 game back of the Mets and Reds, so that'll be the battle there. Padres are 5 games ahead of the 3rd wild card spot, so they seem to be pretty locked into that wild card spot there, the 2nd wild card spot. I guess unless they catch the Cubs, they're only 3 back of the Cubs. All right, Stephen K gets the Cardinals in Boys of Summer. Last spot mojo, Cubs. Where are the Cubs fans?
There's not a linebacker for the Lions that weighs 250 pounds. And so he's bigger than those guys that are mostly trying to round out. You got to get him at the line of scrimmage. It's happened a few times tonight, but that's the key. Here's Khalid Raymond, who fielded the punt inside his spot. There's a flag down on the play. made the tackle. It was a 63-yard.
So after they traded touchdowns, it's been punt. Lions touchdown, Ravens touchdown, Lions punt, Baltimore punt.
He's going to take the ball inside the 5.
And there was a penalty.
Jared Goff putting back to work. He's traded touchdowns. They traded 3 outs. Their possession for number 16.
They say it's Monday the 22nd. Also, once we're done with this Boys of Summer, I'll post another one, but I feel like we should also... I want to do that mini helmet break tonight. Can we do another one of those? We did 2 half case breaks last night, and I thought that was a lot of fun. Miller time.
Oh, I've been ignoring it and hoping for the best.
Come on, good retirement. Just hope for a strong future. Plan for with Boyd. Plan, invest, protect.
Crafted flats from Pizza Hut. Fried handcrafted recipes with more toppings, all for you. There's no reason not to get one. Roll on 5. Try the all new crafted flats at $75 each. From Pizza Hut.
Next week we'll bring you a Monday Night Football doubleheader at 7 Eastern on ESPN, Jets and Dolphins. And then an hour later, 8 o'clock Eastern on ABC, the Cincinnati Bengals come off a rough one against the Vikings, taking on the Denver Broncos, who have had 2 real tough losses to swallow. In weeks 2 and 3 will be available on the all-new ESPN.
Early in the season, you know, there's a lot of play, but there's also a lot of angst for some of these teams. A little urgency as we go into week 4.
There's urgency here for the Lions starting at their 1.5. And they start with their bigger back of the 2. That's David Montgomery, who's able to push the pile forward. It's 4. Tavius Robinson is in there with no stuff.
That's a good job. I mean, that's a good sign. I know coming into this game, we talked about the young guards that the Lions have, and Christian Mahogany and
But here's another test. On the Ravens do what they were going to do. They got first down. They got pretty good movement. Flying on the play. Montgomery is really tough in the backfield. That play is made by John Jeffries. He's been doing it a long time, 13 years. Center retired in June, so they signed the last year overall. Start down at 7.
Oh, we got an order from Gary. Is that going to be for the Cubs? Cubs. No. Different Chicago team, though. Gary gets the White Sox in Delight 5, which drops tomorrow. But for something we can do today, we need someone to take the Northsiders. Who's going to take the Cubs and Boys of Summer? Cubs are $80 minus the 25% off. Take advantage of that deal. And then once we finish that, we can pivot to maybe Impeccable Baseball, which is also 25% off. And we're almost in single digits. We're a little over halfway there. 14 teams left. And 25% off the remaining teams. Take advantage of that. We got mini helmets that I would love to do. That's a divisional break. There's a couple fillers for, or one filler, only one filler for that. Would love to get some basketball done tonight. Someone grabbed a full spot in that Inception basketball, and that filler is halfway there. Of course, pre-order your baseball teams in Bowman Chrome Baseball, and someone grabbed Last Spot Mojo. Someone grabbed the Cubs in Boys of Summer, the case right in front of your face, right on your screen. Stretch. Gotta get the stretches in. Pre-break stretch. Yeah, what happens? That's like crank it up.
In Spectrum Power Internet, the most reliable internet. It's only
Nice first down picked up by Laporta and Goff. Jared Goff, who first overall pick in 2016 with the Rams. The Rams, the Super Bowl 53 in 2018, lost to the Patriots 13-3. Later trades to the Lions. It was a surprise. The best thing that's happened to him in his career. He has taken off since getting to the trip. 6 for 7 tonight.
What are you getting at?
37 touchdown passes here. He's got Montgomery out of the backfield. David Montgomery gets a block. Lowers his shoulder. He gets 11.
Oh yeah. We're learning entirely new neighborhood.
David Montgomery.
Learning a whole new neighborhood.
Down the field, it goes down immediately, checks it down to Montgomery, and then he makes a fortunate miss. And he's out there making a key block. So this has been a successful drive already, just getting the ball on goal line. The action from Goff.
Oh, now Jared's gonna do his best Lamar Jackson impression.
5 rush yards through the first 2 games against 5 here. He's got enough, get out of danger every now and then, but this conversation about Jared Goff, that when he had pressure, that he didn't handle it very well. He probably didn't really in his career when he was looking at it. He handles the pressure just fine, as long as he doesn't have to move off his spot. But when you get him off the spot, the pressure, that's when he hasn't been quite as effective. Well, when you show these looks, as the Ravens are doing, they try to disguise things, they bring them up. You're going to see they turn and try to run underneath things, and they just don't know exactly where the landmarks are. So when you come off the ball, Sam Laporta, just go for their knock. And you see that open space and the chemistry that he has with the ball. Pretty easy connection. Lions with the football, keeping Lamar Jackson off the field. On first down, Montgomery. This defensive front is playing one of the best defenders, not just on the Ravens, but in the league. Dominic Madubuike has done a nice job on front of the run game. They really have. And then without Kyle Van Noy, another Pro Bowl player, led the team in sacks last week. So Zach Moore, the defensive coordinator, he's got his hands full tonight. Trying to come up with ways to slow down this offense, but he's changed what they do a little bit. Remember being Martin done? Heck, they run everything in the kitchen sink. And then even with Mike McDonald, they were more aggressive. This defense is not as a blitzing defense as they've been in the past. Here's a good trick. Henry, strong run. He's about a half yard short of the first down. The third round pick by the Bears came as an unrestricted free agent to the Lions, and he was the best hand in the league. As I watched him this week, I think he's a very underrated blocker. He's one of the best tight ends catching the football. But he gets in there and he mixes it up. And I talked to Dan Campbell about it this week. And he said that's the area where he's improved the most. And he has no reservations about it. Here's Gibbs. He's got the first down. So the drive will continue. And Sam Laporta is on that long list of Iowa tight ends who come into the National Football League, which has been outstanding.
All right, gang, just the Cubs left. If we don't sell out the Cubs in the next 5 minutes or so, oh no, let's just sell it out. I was thinking about a dinner break, but let's do it after the dinner break. It's about a 20-30 minute break.
Kittle's on that list. Dallas Clark, who had a great career, is on that list. He's on and on and on. They called it against Kyle Hamilton, Mr. All-World for the Ravens. He was working on the court. This guy, Kyle Hamilton, and I know everyone knows how good he is. Can't most Ravens play and have a project not highlight Kyle Hamilton. I still don't know if he gets the credit he deserves, and he is some kind of football player. First down, carried by Montgomery. He almost broke it. They just keep coming at you because they can rotate these backs. Montgomery can do. He's not the same back as Gibbs at different types. They are, but on third and one, who they give the ball to? Jameer Gibbs. I think you get labeled in this league, and I get it. And Montgomery's more than between the tackles, really which he is. But Jameer Gibbs, he's a tough runner as well. That's a tackle that was too much. They have, but it's been nice to see Montgomery do what he's doing. Chicago his game tonight, Roquan Smith. All this last week. Yeah. All-world game against the Browns. Here is Montgomery getting.
All right, nice. Thank you, Wes.
Gibbs and Montgomery have done special things.
I'm going to put that last spot mojo star next to your name.
Rush TD.
Cross the Cubs off.
Teammates across the NFL games.
All right. Thank you. Break time.
He's the best duo around the National Football League. Each has had over 1,000 scrimmage yards and 10-plus touchdowns each the last 2 years. The first duo that can say that history.
That'd be a nice one to get. All right, now before I start this break, let's load up another case.
Gibbs so far, Mike Green. He's going to get more
So if you missed out on your teams the first time, don't miss out next time.
This play here, you see Mahogany, he leads up on the double team, gets to the second level, seals off. These guys are settled in. I know that was a great key. Johnny Morton coming in, trying to get them settled in. I believe they have. Gibbs kicking his way. The first down as Malachi starts. Rookie made the stop. We'll get another look with Tate Radulich and then Graham Glasgow up front. This double team right here between the center and guard. They work to the 3 technique, and then as they move up, they get to the linebacker level, and it's just an outstanding job. These guys are, this is a tough front. Now, you mentioned each other without Matabike, and you can't overstate how big of a loss that is for this Ravens group. Third down and 1. Steve around the backfield, and Goff just takes it and gets it. And this is going to be a drive started inside their own 2, and now they've got a first and goal. Ball sitting at 9.
Yeah, this is the signature drive of 3 games. And when you look at it, and there's nothing that feels better. There's not many bad weekends. There's not a uniform tonight. Not too much out there. He might be better, but also has for this Ravens defense.
I'm not concerned about them making 3. Here's Gibbs. His knee may have been down. He got to the goal line. That's the call on the field. And they got it right.
Good call by the officials. Nice job by
Jameer Gibbs, he comes out of the backfield. It's a little quick on the angle. He doesn't quite get straight up the field, but he just saw that he had open grass. And down there tight, he was going to give Goff an area, a place to go with the football immediately. And that's the other part of this that Jameer Gibbs gives you. You talked about his toughness inside, but him as a receiver, just another element. Montgomery back there with draft on second and goal. Montgomery gets it. And no call. They're saying he's short. And the other official says touchdown. The other official said he didn't get it. The third official came in. Touchdown. Let's just make sure. What a drive that was. And he's in.
Okay, so the next Boys of Summer's loaded up. If you want to get a start on that, this is something that we should do after the dinner break. Maybe that impeccable baseball. It's almost in single digits, 25% off as well. It's a great deal. There's that 1 box break of impeccable as well. That's a nice little snack. And of course, there's pre-ordering available, and we can keep chipping away at maybe the Prism baseball as well. That's our last case of Prism, by the way. So if you want to send it off with a bang, you know where to go.
If you don't want Lamar Jackson to beat you, well, that's one way. And another way. I think we can stop talking about these 2 young offensive guards. I think you go back.
And keep pre-ordering as well. Remember that Bowman Chrome drops tomorrow. We got that first break almost in single digits. I'll ask Jason later if he's planning on going live a little bit earlier, but yeah, let's get into that. All right, now let's get into this. Good luck.
7-point lead. I keep overselling that drive. 10 minutes and 48 seconds. A couple of big third down throws and spot for the 4 to help get him down there. Montgomery takes it in. 7-point lead left.
Good luck. Hi everyone, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com with 2025 Panini Boys of Summer Baseball. 8 box, pick your team, number 8. 3 autos and 1 memorabilia per box on average. Really nice stuff here. Obviously all card ship. People taking advantage of the 25% off, which is awesome as well. Let's get to it. Oh, there's no title here. I need a title. sorry. There we go. There it is. Here on a Monday, the 22nd. Oh, that says impeccable baseball. What am I doing here? Just wasting paper and ink. It's my first break of the evening. It's a little eager. There we go. On Monday the 22nd, 2025, Boys of Summer Baseball. Pick your teammate, Wesley with Last Spot Mojo. Thanks to him and everyone for knocking this one out. We have another fresh case loaded up if you want to run this back. Very light on the baseball schedule today. Only 3 games. But I think it's going to be a very busy week. I think there's really, for all teams, there's only what, 1 or 2 series left, I think? Less than 10 games left as well for almost everybody in Major League Baseball. We're getting down to the wire. There's some close races to monitor, both in the AL and NL wild card. Got Monday Night Football on in the background. I think the Lions just scored a TD. They're up 14-7, I want to say. I think there's a couple one base card up there. Sometimes they stick one in the middle, right? 2 in the middle here. We got a book in here as well. And we'll use that blank back on that card. All right, away we go. Good luck, everybody. There's Donnie Baseball, 67 out of 175 for Wesley and the Yankees. Here is Robin Yount. That's to 25. That'll be for the Brew Crew. That's going to go to Wesley. Here is Ethan Holiday. It's going to go to the Rockies. That will be for Wesley. That is to 49. And Big George Lombard Jr., 005 out of 249. That's going to be for Wesley and the Yankees. Or is it Spencer Jones is the big one? I don't know. I feel like they got 2 really tall prospects coming up the ranks for the Yankees. All right, our first auto is Emilian Peter, 85 out of 199. That's going to be for Tampa Bay. That's going to go to Warwick. Here is Drew Beam, 15 out of 99, jersey and auto. That's going to go to Sportport and the Royals. What's up, Jonathan? It's going. Now that we got a break going. Yeah, going good. And then we've got Josue Gonzalez, 21 out of 99. For the Giants, multi-relic there for Coppola and the Giants. And the book, 14 out of 15, bam. For the Dodgers, that's Kellen Lindsey. That's a nice patch. Nice Dodger prospect, Kellen Lindsey. That's going to be for Jorge and my Dodgers. Don't have slider boxes handy, so I'm going to put this into a team bag here. All right, box 1, done. Wow. What a throw by Lamar Jackson. All right, here is Boys of Summer, Whitey Ford, 132 out of 175 for the Yankees. Here is more Kellen Lindsay, 61 out of 99.
3 catches in his career for 3 touchdowns. 4th-round pick for North Carolina. He almost got them.
Here's Josh Gibson to 249. So that we don't have a non-MLB spot here, so we are going to randomize that to somebody in the break. And Sebastian Walcott to 249. That's going to be for Daniel and the Rangers. Almost makes him look like he's a pitcher. All right, here is Kevin Alcantara. 6 out of 49 Cubs. Last spot mojo. Nobody wanted him. Until Wesley got them at the end. Last spot mojo, 70% of the time, hits 100% of the time. Nice patch there. Nice RPA. Here is Luke Dickerson, 168 out of 199 for the Nats. That's also going to be for Wes. Here's the Jumbo Relic, Augustine Ramirez to 99 for the Marlins. That's going to be for Daniel. And here is Charlie Condon. Nice, 56 out of 99. The Rockies. Probably one of their top prospects, if not the top prospect for them. Wesley with the Rocks. And monitor his career. Another box. You got a redemption hiding back there. Pop that right there. All right. Let's see the base first. That's Bob Gibson to 175 for the Cardinals. Stephen K. Got Ricky Henderson, 78 out of 175. That'll be for Daniel and the A's. Christian Moore for the Angels, 30 out of 49. That's going to go to Sportport. And there's Tigers, Miggy to 249. That will be for Wesley. All right, your hits. Good luck. Here is Austin Wells, 50 out of 199. That's going to go to Wesley and the Yankees. Here is Kyle Teal, 45 out of 99. He's having a nice season. That's going to go to Wesley and the White Sox.
The Lions got a touchdown. The Ravens answered. The Lions went 3 and out. The Ravens went 3 and out. The Lions just got a touchdown, and here's a third and goal for 1 for the Ravens. Trying to tie the game.
Here's the relic. That's Harmon Killebrew, 7 out of 25. The logo, right? I think most people think that he is the logo. Wesley with Minnesota. Oh wow, Derrick Henry got stopped. Redemption is James Triantos. Who is a Cub. They're going for it. Oh no. That play broke down. All right, that's another one for Last Spot Mojo. All right, here's a Jackson Churio to 175. Wesley with the Brewers. PJ Morlando to 99. That's Daniel and the Marlins. Hagen Smith for the White Sox for Wesley. And there's James Tibbs III to 249. That's Giants edition. That's going to go to Capola. All right, let's see if I can grab the relic first. There's the relic. Gaylord Perry, 84 out of 99. Cleveland, this is for you. Wesley has Cleveland. There's Austin. Austin, our resident Detroit sports fan, checking in. Yeah, Lions are looking good. All right, so these should all be autos here. There's Aramis Ramirez, that is, 31 out of 49. Nice American Glory autograph for Wesley and the Cubs. Another one for Last Spot Mojo. Cubs were just sitting there. Nobody wanted them. Nobody wants Toppler to do this. It's a lot better. Here is Christian Scott, 51 out of 199. Christian Scott, I think, is a Yankee? Or a Met? He's a Met, but usually the uniform gives that away, but it did not. That is going to be for Terry with the Mets. And then we've got Connor Griffin, nice, 1 out of 99. I think a lot of lists have him as what, the best prospect in baseball? He's up there. That's going to be Rob with the Pirates. There you go, Rob. 1 out of 99, first one ever made. All right, second half. About another 10-15 minutes or so. Bye.
We talked a lot about the loss of Ben Johnson on the offense. But then Aaron Black goes to the New York Jets, the head coach Kelvin Shepard.
Store is closed, ladies and gentlemen. Open at 11 tomorrow. All right, here's for the Yankees, Elson Howard, 66 out of 175. Malcolm Moore, 44 out of 99. Daniel with the Rangers. Evan Carter, 249, that's for Daniel, Texas. And this will also go to you, the Michael Young, to 249. See you, Jeff. All right, relic is here. Yes, Pablo Sandoval, 7 out of 25. Red Sox edition going to Wesley. And autos, Cade Horton, 85 out of 99. Another Cub for Wesley. And Last Spot Mojo.
sure looked like a forward pass. If that's not, then I don't know what a forward pass is.
Here is Chuck Knobloch. Remember him? 2 out of 75. That is Minnesota edition going to Wesley and the Twins.
And Elway with a hit on Goff. They brought Roquan Smith on the blitz. And that offensive line we were just raving about had a tough time picking it up.
And here's Evan Carter, 10 out of 49. Nice patch there. Daniel, Rangers. Nice one. All right, next one.
Stay tuned for the All-State halftime SVP, Brian Clark, James first half.
All right, we got another Josh Gibson to 175. The other one was to 249. So we'll bundle those as one lot.
9 defensive or special teams touchdowns this week. Most
On the randomizer at the end. There's Luke Keyshaw, 25. Rookie card going to Minnesota. That's for Wesley. Here is Catfish Hunter, 46 out of 99. He's part of our all fish team. That goes to Daniel and the A's. And Seaver King to 249. Catfish Hunter along with Mike Trout, Mike Harp, Tim Salmon, so on and so forth. All right, the relic was, I think, a big jumbo relic hiding somewhere. Yeah, Bubba Chandler, 17 out of 25, 3-color patch. Nice one for Pittsburgh. That's for Rob. One of their top pitching prospects. Skeens, Jared Jones, Bubba Chandler. They got a pretty good rotation there. They just need some guys to score some runs. Autos. Got Nolan Shanuel, 16 out of 49. America's best autograph for Sportport and the Halos. Jet Williams, 35 out of 49. Jet, woo, woo, woo. It's Terry and the Mets. And we got a Nick Kurtz, 13 out of 49, 3-color patch and on-card autograph. That's a good-looking card going to Daniel Smith. The presumptive rookie, AL Rookie of the Year. All right, 2 more boxes to go. I'm going to take a dinner break after this, but there is that impeccable baseball that's also 25% off. I feel like if we can get that into single digits, right? It's at stuck at 14 right now, but if we can get that into single digits, I feel like that'll start flying off the shelves. Here's George Lombard to 175. Yeah, Pablo Sandoval Red Sox is also a little weird. Dalton Rushing to 99. It'll go to Jorge and the Dodgers. The Lombard Jr. will go to Wes. Here's Pudge to 249 for Daniel and the Rangers. And we got Christian Moore to 249. That's going to go to Sportport. All right, your hits. There's a redemption on the bottom as well. I think there was another Pirates jumbo relic. Yeah, Levi Sterling. 3 out of 10. There you go, Rob. Here is Lou Piniella. Fan favorites autograph, 1 out of 49. Yankees. Wesley. Do the Ravens get the ball in the second half? I think Lions had the first drive, right? So make a big swing right here if the Ravens can score. Get the ball in the in the second half. 9 out of 25, America's best autograph, Andrew Jones. Wesley with the Braves. And the redemption is going to be, bam. That is Kobe Mayo, America's best signatures. That's going to go to Nick and the Orioles.
Jackson, he can extend the play better than anybody in the NFL. That was a game 4. Yeah, it's just hold on. It's just back there in the secondary. And, you know, that's the challenge for Kelvin.
Kind of a tough season for Kobe Mayo. I think preseason, there were some injuries there too, right? I think there was some, a lot of preseason hype, but still young though. Baltimore, I guess the entire team kind of struggled this year, but they've got a good young core. All right, last box. Good luck. Let's see what we got here. Base, auto, base, relics, auto, and then base. All right, there's Colt Keith to 5. Train whistle. Who's got Detroit? That's going to be Wesley. I think these base cards actually. All right, out of 5 and under, get the train whistle. Colt Keith, Wesley, all aboard the Big Hit Express. Woo-woo. Shoeless Joe to 175, also for Wesley. Another Lombard Jr. to 99 for Wesley and the Yankees. And then we've got Vance Honeycutt to 249 going to Nick and the Orioles. All right, your final hits. Good luck, everybody. Let's grab the relic first. It's Jace Young, 24 out of 25, Josh's brother. It's going to go to Wesley in Detroit. Here is Jake Bloss, 20 out of 75, Boys of Summer. The American Glory autograph for Toronto, although I guess he might be American. All right, a couple more here. We've got Tink Hence, 132 out of 199. That's for St. Louis. And Ravens answer with a touchdown to Rashad Bateman. Glad I left him on my bench on my fantasy team. Could have used those points. Bad fantasy week for me. Stephen K with the Redbirds. And the last one is American Glory autograph. Ooh, nice. Albert Pujols. 19 out of 25. Good finish for Stephen K and the Cards. All right. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Nice little break here. We got another case of this loaded up. Winner take all on the Homestead Grays cards, Josh Gibson. So let's flip back to the list for Boys of Summer. Let's gather everybody's names. And we'll get some new dice and a new list. And name on top, we'll get it after 7. A couple bonus cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and once more, 7th and final time. Capola, after 7. you'll get those 2 extra cards there. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com. More baseball in the store. Let's do it. I'll see you next time for the next one. Bye.
Good for him. They're looking for him. They're missing. I don't know what kind of sacks that was. Somebody, let the internet tell me. Crowdsource for what that was. There's Stanford Steve. Those two just chopping it up down there. Chopping it up, yeah. Talking ball. Talking ball. Like he did on the porch area.
A picture of that Nick Kurtz.
You have 3 timeouts if dangerous Dan Campbell wants to get frisky here at the end of the half.
Yeah, I don't. Let's see what this return might look like.
Raymond. Team turned up after crossing 30, and now there's 18 seconds left. Monday Night Lights, these 2 guys love playing on Monday nights. They're their career numbers. Each guy 7 and 2. Here are the numbers tonight. Identical records today, and identical total yards for the 2 starting quarterbacks.
Yeah, both these quarterbacks tonight have had excellent.
Nice. Stephen K specifically got St. Louis just to chase that Pujols. There you go. Mission accomplished. All right, now let's print out these. Let's upload this video.
A gain of 4. And a timeout is taken by Detroit. So Dan Campbell is with the timeout. We'll welcome you inside the broadcast booth. Joe Buck. Henry today coming over here to my right. This week we thought this would be a good game by him, and it has not disappointed at all. Both teams really impressive.
Yeah, they've been good, but it did remind me one year I thought the Super Bowl was going to be played in Henry, but that's a whole other story.
All right, now that we got that Boys of Summer done, the next one is already loaded up. Maybe I can add, switch that over there. Let's highlight Prism Baseball, which is a little ways away. 18 teams left, not quite halfway there, but it is 25% off. Diamondbacks, Orioles, Cubs, White Sox, Reds, Tigers, Astros, Angels, Dodgers, Marlins, Brewers, Twins, A's, Phillies, Padres, Mariners, Cardinals, Rangers. It's our last case. We don't have any more to post after that. And that Impeccable Baseball is actually kind of close, especially with the 25% off. Would love to get that going by the time I come back. So there's the link to the Impeccable. That's right there. What's up, Steven? You opened the VIP packs that came with the you got from us. Wow, a 1-of-1 Cal Raleigh rookie card out of the VIP packs? That's awesome. It's a good time to get that. You should get that graded. Get that back out to you. Oh, let me print labels for this. A lot of people do it to protect the card itself. Once you have it slabbed, you can't get any dust in there, no damage. No, it's not competing with anything. I feel like a lot of people still do get those 1-of-1s graded, but I think it helps more with the protecting of the 1-of-1. not necessarily the grade itself.
First city that this league has ever seen, but these teams now get around their field, and they're thinking about field. Yeah, I mean, well,
And if it can get a 10, I feel like sometimes it does make a difference to people. Even though, yeah, logically, you're like, it's not, you're not competing with anything, but people do like to see those slabs. All right, so that's uploading.
ball down at the 43-yard line.
Let's print out these break labels.
That would be the record if he hits this. The NFL record. And now that's held by Justin Tucker, the 13-year kicker, long time with the Ravens. This is a 60-yard drive during pregame that he hit. And this is beyond that. 66.
Prayer hands, I thought it was a lock, Terry. Don't need prayer hand, you're gonna get it. 67 yards? He's behind the logo. 67-yard attempt.
It's not good. The kick is no good.
Sail. It looked online, but it started to sail a little left.
Wide to the left. Ravens will receive
That was cool, though.
the second half kickoff as we give you another look. And we'll send it down to
Just buy the spot now, Terry. It's a lock.
Good there, but how would you describe
Oh, the TD though.
the way it's functioned so far in this game?
That is not as much of a lock.
We could have been a little bit better there towards the end when we got the ball back. Made a heck of a stop defensively. We talked about playing complementary football and helping each other out, and we've really done that. So, listen, I like where we're at. We got regrouped.
All right. The only order I have is from Mike, who picked up the Marlins in tomorrow's Bowman Chrome Baseball 2, 3, 4.
What do you say about that?
Well, that's one of the things we wanted to do.
Thank you, Mike. But that's all the orders I have.
In the second half.
And it's already been almost 40 minutes since our last order, which was Wes, who got the Cubs in Boys of Summer, helped fill up that break.
98 for a touchdown. This game is tied at 14. Ravens get the ball to start the second half. Allstate.
You think he's getting the rushing TD? I mean, if he wants to win this game, yeah, I think he might have to start taking over a little bit. Could be a fun second half.
It's time for this rock to roll.
Some more background music going here for you guys. Okay, I'm gonna step away for a little dinner break here. Like I said, no orders for anything tonight. Mike ordered something for tomorrow, but no orders for something we can do tonight placed in the last 40 minutes. So we've only done one break tonight. I feel like we can do at least that impeccable. Maybe that prism if we're lucky. Definitely this one box break. How about we tried this last night, nobody responded. Let's try it again tonight. In fact, I'm gonna take 2 spots out. And that's gonna be tonight only. Not sure if that's gonna create any urgency for anybody, but maybe it will, who knows. So we're only selling 8 of the 10 spots outright. We're gonna give away 2. As long as you buy a full spot, the site should refresh. There you go, 2 spot giveaway. So we're only selling 8 of the 10 spots outright. Randomize those 8 names, top 2 will get extra $60 spots, and that sells out that break. hopefully that'll move the needle for some people tonight. And again, that Prism baseball, that's our last case of Prism, and it's 25% off. Impeccable is almost in single digits, that's 25% off. And we got a 2-spot giveaway right here. And that is tonight only, so maybe it might create a little bit of urgency amongst the people. Logan, what's going on, man? Hi and bye. I'll be back though. But yeah, help us out, ladies and gentlemen. Grab some spots, let's make it happen. One break, not enough to keep the lights on at Jaspy's today. So help me out, help yourself out, be a helper. I'll go pick up my food and I shall return. Got all the labels printed, check. Did I upload that video? Check. Updated the schedule, check.
then you get an opportunity to try to take that intermediate throw, which is exactly what he It's going to be 4th down. With a combined 111 lead expired.
All right. Adam, what's going on? Oh, that comment was from a while ago, but we don't have any impeccable NFL. Monty got the A's in Prism. That's our last case of Prism. And that's a big team off the board. And Russell picked up the Mariners in pick your team number 1, Breakers of Light for tomorrow. That's all the orders I have, ladies and gentlemen. What are we gonna do here? Let's activate. Let's get some breaks going here. And we've got time for that Prism Baseball. That's our last case of it. We're down to 17. Impeccable Baseball holding at 14. Who wants to help sell that out? That 1 box break of Impeccable, we got a 2-spot giveaway here. That is tonight only. So we're only selling 8 spots outright. So there's 7 of 8 left in that 1 box random number block. That sells it out. Final box of the case.
Coming out of there, it just opens it up. And you see just how much space there is then for these receivers. And Bacon just sits right down in the hole. Nice completion.
These teams are just like trading touchdowns.
Jackson wanted to take off. And he is
We'll see. There's a stop or two. I guess whichever defense makes the first consecutive stops might be the winner.
second down and 9 now. Jackson one-on-one, and that little battle was won by Kowalski. It would have been, it's not a fumble. Jackson was making moves.
It's gonna be one of those whoever has the ball last kind of games.
First of the year, and it's 3rd and 13.
Oh my God! Oh, I thought he was going to escape that. Settle for a field goal. Unless they're aggressive, unless they go for it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're with me here, what should we do? We got that 2-spot giveaway in that final box of Impeccable, the 1 box random number block. We've got, you can pre-order. Bowman Chrome is in single digits. Jason will be going live, I think live a little bit earlier. He might start our YouTube stream a little bit earlier, but he'll be monitoring the website. Almost in single digits on that Impeccable Baseball. That's definitely a candidate we can do tonight. Prism Baseball requires a little more work, but we're getting there. We're getting that closer to single digits as well. Fresh case of Boys of Summer loaded up if you want to grab your teams there. We can do those division breaks. Those are a lot of fun. We did a couple of those last night. That's the only filler we have to do. I suppose if this filler sells out and those 4 full spots are still sitting there, I could take those out and create another filler. But as long as one person grabs a division spot right there, then that is officially the last filler. Resurgence helps sell out the under wraps. Full-size football break, those are fun. And then Inception Basketball, that's actually kind of close too. I think we're planning on 2 fillers and those 3 full spots. Yeah, so as soon as that blaster box sells out, I can post the last filler. And when people see last filler, that should go a little bit faster. Nice, there's Adam George with 3 spots in the 1-box random number block break. Who wants to help him out? So he joins Matt, who bought the first spot. So it was at 7, now we're at 4. So 4 of 8 left. So be a helper. Help out Matt, help out Adam. They need your help. Will you be that helper? Help sell out this break, get us to Breaksville. Got the box, single box right here. If the Ravens want to win this one, they got to get some kind of turnover. There you go, nice. Troy looking ahead to tomorrow, gets into delight number 4, gets the Cubs. Cubs also available at number 5 if Troy or anyone else is interested. This is down to 4. We're almost there. I mean, maybe we can get this 1-boxer going maybe in 15 minutes by the top of the hour. We can move 4 spots in 15 minutes, right? Let's do it. And that's the last box of the case.
It's a great job by Dan Campbell, just paying attention and then being quick to call the timeout. I would have to. I've never been a head coach that had to do it, but here you are trying to figure out, is he going to get the ball off? Is he not going to get the ball off? And you're trying to decide fourth down. But a big third down right here, even with 8 minutes and 48 seconds to go. If the Lions convert here, there's a good chance they're coming away with points. If they can get away with a touchdown on this drive, we got a chance to put a bow on this one.
Did I see that right? They've gone 57 snaps. The Ravens gone 57 snaps without a sack. Kind of crazy.
The decision wasn't so bad. He just wasn't able to deliver the catchable ball. Now, whether or not he could have picked it up with his legs, he didn't feel that he could have. Would have been close, but he did help his guy. If he makes a better throw for the first down, maybe it was the target. Master well in that box. Gets it. Nice catch by Lester. Makes it move. His team down 4. It's week 3 matchup.
Capability inside and out. How it should be. The Hyundai Santa Fe. Get 0% APR on the Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid. Or get up to $2,750 bonus cash. See your SoCal Hyundai dealer.
The $7,500 federal tax credit on all member is ending unless held over by September 30th, 2025. Visit your Southern California Cal dealer today.
All right, nice. I see Matt with an order, and he goes with a spot in that one box break. He bought the first spot, and now he's bought the most recent spot. So who wants to help out Matt and Adam? Between the both of them, they've got some spots. It's down to 3. Oh. Oh no. Ravens were able to force the punt. They got the ball back and then lost fumble for the Ravens. So here are the spots we have to sell. These are the giveaway spots right here. And sells out the break.
Which is this going to hurt as they hand to Montgomery with under 8.5 to go. Here's the lead one from in that game at the Bills. He was punched out. A little 40-25 fourth quarter lead with 4 minutes to play. Lost out.
And sells out that impeccable baseball break. It's right here, right in front of our faces. Last box of the case.
Great job by Hutchinson, just continuing to play even though it looked like he was out of the play. Good period. Montgomery right up the cut down to the 5, and Frank comes in the end of the play. Ravens were taking the season on the start with a hole. It is. It's going against Detroit. That was the indication.
Derrick Henry can't believe it.
Making Christian Mahogany, the second-year pro from Boston College.
Oh no.
Brent Urban,
The offensive face mask.
who had his face mask rattled right here by Mahogany. Instead of first and goal, ball at the 5. That 15-yard penalty takes the ball back out to the 28. Well, that certainly helped. You take a look here at Derrick Henry. The fumbles that plagued him this year. This defense, they've got to be able to make a stop. They have not been able to make a stop in the red zone tonight. But that penalty will sure help. Second and 22 as a result. And Andy Gibbs. Not much. Let's go back to that fumble forced by Aiden Hutchinson. The carry by Henry. He's worried about Lamar Jackson, and he comes off the field, and he just continues to play. And in big games like this, you need your great players to show up big. And they certainly did. Now, can the Ravens defensively do their part to keep this a one-possession game? It's 3rd down and 21. This one floated for to slot. Incomplete. 4th down. One other note on the fumbles by Henry. It's the first time in his 10-year career he has had multiple fourth-quarter fumbles lost. In the same season,
Wonder what that is.
in week 3.
Derrick Henry, not a guy who usually protects the rock.
If you look at it, or Derrick Henry, he's got to get that out of his mind as quickly as he possibly can. They're going to need him on this next possession. After the opening drive, he really hasn't done anything the rest of the night as far as on the ground. 45-yard try to make it a 7-point game again. I think it's... And he drills it. 31-24. Henry, as Troy said, is going to have to go back to work and forget about the fumbles. He is frustrated. We saw this in Buffalo. We see it tonight here at home. 7-point game. Lions on.
Three out, 3 songs. Over 80,000 traffic on the 4th down.
That's an impression. Applebee's new Golden Trio.
Couples of the chef. Oh, he was so happy he had emergency roasted service with that. And since his soup is baking, he presents to you the Bacon Top Monday. Look, I don't need to. I'm just happy to eat after 2 bubbles together, which is why we also present to you. My name is Brown Freeman, brother of Big Chews. Now, which one is here?
All right, friends, who's going to help finish this off? 3 spots left, 3 away from a break. I've got the spreadsheet set up, I've got the list set up, I've got the box on the table. I'm ready when you are. I am ready when you are. Let's break. Matt got the first spot, Adam got 3 spots, and then Matt got the most recent spot just 10 minutes ago. Not asking you to buy 3 spots, I'm just asking you to buy 1. So who wants to be the one? Who wants to help us out? Be a helper. Down to 3, that's it. Is this game going to overtime? It might. That's 6 sacks on Lamar Jackson. Wow.
Suffer their first loss of the year as they blew that late lead and lost to the Cleveland Browns. So they go to 2-1. Lions trying to get to 10-1. Same story for the Ravens. 7-point game, 3rd down and 12.
Wow. Three spots left. Let's get that spot crossed out, get it down to 2.
Told us Muhammad is going to be okay. It's kind of flashbacks they were on one of them. They could do what the Lions are trying to do. Salts away a lead. They're up by 7. Run the ball, run the clock down. You know the runs are coming. You can't stop it. That means that this young offensive line is doing a good job for the Lions. Yes, that's true. And I was going to say, Joe, it's hard for teams to do that. It's never been easy. But it's become increasingly harder as we got more of these spread offenses. Teams have brought from the back. But it's hard to run the football when the defense knows you're going to. But the Lions, as Dan Campbell often says, they're built for this. Yes. Love played by the Ravens defense team. We talk about the young guards that the Lions have. They had the 10-year vet Glasgow at center. 2 outstanding tackles. Renee Sewell, who's one of the best players in the league. That's at middle 58. And Taylor Decker, who's playing through a back shoulder 68 out of that tackle. Just beat Green Bay, and they're at Cincinnati in Joe Burrow-less Bengals. At Kansas City, and back on Monday Night Football before their bye week against Tampa Bay Bucks. Dan Campbell's looking at this, and he knows, dragging this down the ball has to be. They're not going to be able to take this to the 2-minute point. It's just a split second off. So down to 5 because of that.
Big moment for the Ravens here. And the Lions. 4th and 2. Lions are going for it.
They cannot run out the clock because the Ravens still have all 3 timeouts. Montgomery in the backfield on 4th and 2.
It's a big handoff.
Wow. Holding. Wow. Holding on the defense.
It was his best throw of the night. I mean, this was what was on the line. This ball had to be perfect. Marlon Humphrey, number 44, is going to be the one who grabs it. He's got his eyes in the backfield. He's just not anticipating that St. Brown's going to go out on the route. But this ball, he has to stay on the whole way. But you got to make this throw. And the
Wow.
make it. And Jared Goff lays it out.
Good play design. Good throw. Good catch.
As good as it gets. 20 yards on 4th down and 2. They're 3 for 3 going for it on 4th down. You think these guys have any fun playing? Oh my God. Yeah, that's, I mean, they know what they're going to do. I mean, it's no surprise. Jared will be asked about it after this game. He'll answer it. There was never a doubt that they were going to go for it on 4th. That's what they're used to. It's the way they're built. Now Montgomery, he's going to break. David Montgomery is
That game is over. This game is over.
for the touchdown. Just a stunning couple of plays back to back. And the Detroit Lions, it appears, are going to walk out of here with their 2nd win of the year. Well, we come in talking about these young guards, Mahogany and Tate Ratledge, and the job that they have done tonight, and really all 5 of those guys, along with the receivers, Jameson Williams. He's down the field blocking 225 yards rushing tonight for the Detroit Lions. Josh telling him to go down unless he can score. That's okay. 31 yards, and the Lions rushing attack in this game, 4 rushing touchdowns, 225 rush yards. And this is a 14-point game. And there's Taylor Decker with a hug for David Montgomery. Grant Glasgow, the 10-year vet at center. Willis' his son. Impressive night. Hank Fraley. His nickname was Honey Buns when he played for the Philadelphia Eagles. What a job he's done with that group. And look at the rush yards tonight. And then when the Lions needed a perfect throw from Jared Goff, well, someone there was a part of a great offensive line and a great running back, and being able to do what the Lions have done tonight and ice the beat. I know how good that feels. Jared Goff delivered the perfect throw on 4th down. But you mentioned Hank Fraley, the job that he's done with this group and what he's done since he came here to Detroit. And these young guys, and they've been questioned all week long, even after their performance last week. And to have the night they've had on the road in a big game, we talked about it being a measuring stick tonight. I mean, that's going to be one heck of a plane ride back to Detroit. Head coach goes for it on 4th down. He's done it 3 more times tonight since he's been head coach in 2021. Lee will take will come out with a 35. Think about Dan Campbell taking over in 2021. He got 3 wins his first year, 9 wins his second, 12 wins. Franchise record 15 last year. He's got this team humming again here in 2025. That's a big win here tonight in Baltimore.
Remember, folks, these 3 spots right here sells out impeccable. 1 box, number 3. Matt and Adam helping out. Who wants to help them out? That 2-spot giveaway here is tonight only. And we've got less than 3 hours left in the show. Once we close it out, or once we call it for the night, All right, we're gonna put those 2 spots back in. There you go. Stephen K gets us down to just 2 spots left.
95 yards for touchdowns tonight. The Lions did. 49 plays right now offensively for Baltimore. And they had their opportunities, and offensively they're not going to feel good about what they did. Second down and 10. Jackson.
You gotta throw it, Lamar.
Another sack. This time
2 spots left.
Anzalone and Al-Quadin Muhammad, who's been everywhere tonight, and that is a 7-sack night for the Lions. Lamar Jackson. Kelvin Shepard better get a game ball this one tonight too. Yeah, I mentioned it. I was as anxious as anyone to see how the Lions would do with new coordinators. These guys, John Morton, Kelvin Shepard. Big hit by Branch and a nice job by Hill. Survives that hit. Out of bounds he goes. You really got to give Dan Campbell all the credit. We show the point, or excuse me, the win totals and how he's increased them. He'll have a hard time increasing from last year. Yeah, 15-2, but it's hard when you lose your coordinators. It's hard when you lose as many coaches off the staff as he did this past year, and then you're replacing them and then starting over. I mean, it is really hard on a lot of levels, football-wise, but also to him personally. And yet he filled those vacancies, and by all accounts, it looks like he did a great job with it. Nice throwing catch. Bateman made the grab. It's a total of 8. If you want to put a number 2 down, the 2 coordinators and 6 assistant coaches, and yet they filled in. These teams kind of mirror each other. They've got great coordinators. They've got GMs that find talent everywhere. They've got good ownership. They've got a head coach that is in control, in charge. They've got great rosters. And for Dan Campbell to fill in with 8 new coaches under him for the Lions, it's impressive. Jackson steps through. Chased down from behind, and now out of bounds as Branch gets there for Detroit. When we talked to Dan Campbell about the respect that he has for the Baltimore Ravens, and he said as a first-time head coach, you ask yourself what you want your program to look like, and Baltimore is that team. And they've been doing it at a high level for 30 years, and Dan Campbell said, that's what I wanted my program to look like, the way in which they compete, their physical style. They're aggressive, and everything is kind of in unison throughout the organization. The people they bring in, Eric DaCosta, of course, who replaced Ozzie Newsome as the general manager. There's so much continuity in how they run the organization in Baltimore. And Detroit has been the same way, and the proof is in the results. There's Ozzie. Hall of Famer 2 times over. Second down and 7. Jackson backpedaling. Andrews right open, one-on-one, and he'll take it in. His second of the night with 29 seconds to go. Go for 2 with that. And an onside kick. Nothing happens easy in this league. Yesterday was a crazy day around the NFL. This would easily go down as the craziest.
All right, so Stephen K got us down to 2 about 5 minutes ago. Who's next?
Against the Lions. Reference the crazy day that yesterday was around the NFL yesterday.
Receiver downfield, offense number 77, penalties offset,
look at what they presented to us yesterday. So there's just some of it in week 3. The special teams craziness. Blocked field goal return for a touchdown and the game for Philly. A blocked what would have been a game-winning field goal had been hit by the Rams. And then you could look at those other little nuggets right there. It was crazy. And now, I guess what would only add to that would be if the Ravens come up with the second successful onside kick of the season. Teams were 1 for 11. Only team to get one was Carolina in week 2 and Arizona. One other little note before we run out of time at the end. This is only the second time the Ravens defense has allowed 4 rushing touchdowns at home in their 30-year history. It's 96. That's what the Lions have done tonight. Luke, the rookie will track them up with a perfect kick.
Oh,
Is that a nice hit? Lions,
thought he had it.
27 seconds to go. That'll do it.
This would be a good win for whoever won it, but for Detroit to be able to win on the road and see
It means to Dan Campbell and that sideline and everybody in a Lions uniform.
Good job, Lions.
Well, this is a Ravens team that I still think is one of the best, and you give yourself a little bit of a hole. The good news is there's still a lot of football left to go. But honestly, there is some bad news, though. They do have 3 upcoming opponents next 3 weeks that will play the divisional round of the playoffs, and they will head into Kansas City next week with a record of 1-2. That game on Sunday. This is an 8-point win for the Lions to get to 2-1. This was an impressive night all the way around for Detroit. 38 carries on the night for the Lions, 224 yards, 4 touchdowns, Goff 20 of 28, 2 of 2, 1 touchdown, no picks, and he made some big throws when they mattered most.
Well, he sure did. But they were, it was a difference, but when they needed him to make the throw and deliver.
All right, well, with the game over, hopefully we'll have some have a few more eyeballs checking into the channel, and maybe they'll see that we have 2 spots left. That's it. Then we do that 1 box break.
Just to put a number to it, 7 sacks by that Detroit defense, none by the Ravens tonight at Jerry Wagner. Back and forth, they left, and in the end, it was Detroit getting the 8-point win to get to 2-1 and send the Ravens to 1-2. Final score 38-30. Until next week, our group will be in Denver for the Bengals and the Broncos. Also the Dolphins and Jets in a doubleheader. Monday night postgame presented by Nationwide. SVP's Thursday.
Joe, thank you very much. Coming up on SportsCenter, Amon-Ra St. Brown will join us on the set. We will take inside the winning locker room. We'll hear from both sides. The winning coach and the losing side as well. If you're watching on ABC, your local news is next on ESPN. The nationwide post game is just 90 seconds away. We will see you there.
If you have a small business, you might not know what's the money paying for stuff you don't need. Until now, introducing the new wireless plan for Verizon Business. Choose exactly what you want, pay only for what you need. When you're in control of your mobile plan, you can make every dollar count. Right now, get our best price as low as $25 a line, guaranteed for 3 years. Wireless plan only from Verizon Business.
Someone just grabs one spot. I'll bet that second spot goes twice as fast.
During the Cheap Drive in the fall event, purchase and get $4,500 to a bonus cash allowance.
So someone help out Matt, Adam, and Steven. Grab that one spot right there, and I'll bet that last spot will go twice as fast. Should go twice as fast. It usually does. And we can get this done at the bottom of the hour. We're about 6 minutes away from the bottom of the hour. Let's do it. And then maybe we can pivot to some of that Prism baseball, or maybe that Impeccable baseball, both of which are 25% off. We've only done one break today, folks. That's not enough to keep the lights on at Jaspy's. Help us out.
Swing and a miss, and now on strikes is a Parker. It's a 1-2-3 inning. It's a 3-2 Brewers lead.
All right, for anyone out there, 2 to sell out the break. And it feels like we've got plenty of time, but if those 2 spots don't sell out by the end of the night, that giveaway is tonight only. So we're gonna have to add those 2 spots back in. So someone help out this crew of people right here. Let's get this little 1 box break going.
Leading after 6, origin 75, leading 165, they are leading after 6. This film's also nice on it. No miss. 2-2. Yeah. There it is. 19.
Sorry, we have these lines where it's just like a,
But he
hit
did
the
the
shot.
shot. Pretty sure he let some stuff.
Cameo could also be like an off-pitch guy. Remember, he did cameos in all this stuff. So you got walking in the background.
As an extra?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Well, maybe you did.
He featured the guys in the background, but he didn't see it.
There we go. Stephen Cave closed it out. I was getting worried there for a second. Good luck. Hi everybody, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com coming at you with a quick little one-box break of 2025 Panini Impeccable Baseball. Random number block break number 3. I think everyone knows this format by now, and 2-spot giveaway. So we sold 8 spots outright, and we're going to randomize those spots, and the top 2 will get extra spots after 8. 4 and a 4, 8 the hard way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8th and final time. Ooh, look at that. Stephen K with both spots. All right, so that's a good start for you, sir. All right, now let's gather all the names. Let's randomize you a number. Let's roll it, randomize it, 3 and a 1, 4 times. 1, 2, 3, and a 1. 4th and final time. Good, Stephen down Adam. And 3 and a 1, 4 times for the numbers. 1, 2, 3, and once more, 4th and final time. 2 down to 7. All right, so Stephen with 2, Matt with 6 and 9, nice. Adam with 4, or with 0 that is. And Stephen with those 4 right there. 5, 8, 4, and 3. And Adam with 1 and 7. So so you can still see Adam's name go up towards the top. All right, there we go. Now, I guess just as a formality, trades aren't super common in these number block breaks, but we'll pause the video just for a second, see if there's any shops for a trade. We'll be right back. All right, video is paused. Is anyone going to trade? Trades ever happen, it usually is in a number block break. We've seen it, I can probably count on one hand how many times it's happened, but it's usually someone who's like kind of on this end of it, but has multiple numbers and will trade up. It's like trading draft picks, right? You can trade 2 of the higher numbers for maybe 1 lower number, something like that.
Well, just saw right there with the numbers against lefties. He wants it away, Mark does, and he misses. So he stays on that 4-seam fastball at 92. Throws the head to the bullseye. Saturday, December 27th. Bill List is full of any concert with Lauren Huron, Sierra Farrell, and Lily Emile. For more information, I thought I was going to skip it, but for more information, visit /wild/Mayola. Lily Mayola. Lily, I apologize. You're awesome. So,
Let's print and rip.
Saturday, December 27th. Join in on the fun.
All right, TWC in the chat, trade window is closed. All right, good luck. All right, welcome back everybody. No deals were done. So that list remains the same. Good luck. The next one box break will be from a fresh case. And so maybe that squiggle mark, put number 3 on it so we know this is all from that original case. We have a full case break of this, pick your team style. And that, we might be able to get that done tonight if we hustle a little bit. I think we're down to, we're getting pretty close to single digits. Empty box. All right. We'll use that right here to hide some of the hits, slow play them a little bit. All right. Good luck, everybody. First one out of the gate is Josh Gibson. Now in a pick your team, we would randomize this to somebody on the pick your team list, but since we go by number right there, we're gonna go to 3. And that'll be for Stephen K. Here is 7 out of 10, Colt Emerson. It's gonna go to Adam, number 7. Nice low number there. And we've got Cash Mayfield, 11 out of 99. It's going to go to Adam and the number 1. And I think I saw a redemption there, Adam. You've got number 0 as well. 0 gets any and all redemptions. All right, good luck. It's going to be Canvas Creation Signature Bryce Rayner. I think it's a Tiger. That'll go to Adam George and the number 0. All right, onwards. Here is Ryan Sloan. 30 out of 35, that's going to go to Adam and the number 0. Some illustrious ink. Then we have Heston Kjerstad, 3-color patch and autograph. That is for 4, number 4. Out of 99, and that's going to be for Stephen K. Nice patch auto. Next, we've got a thick one on the bottom too. We got Luis Angel Acuna. 3-color patch and autograph. Nice RPA. That is 75 out of 99. And that's Stephen K with the number 5. All right, 2 left here. We've got Johnny Bench. And that is 35 out of 99. That's another one for Stephen K. Wow. piece of the lumber. Nice on-card autograph. Kind of hard to see the number right there, but you can see the 5 right there. All right, and the last one. Thick card here. Ooh, it's a piece of the hat. And it's Christian Scott. Now, it could be 9 out of 9, or it could be 6 out of 6, but it doesn't matter because Matt has both 6 and 9. You get the piece of the hat. There you go. Nice little one-box break in the books. Keep your eye out for another one-box break on JaspysCaseBreaks.com. It'll be coming from a fresh case. I'm Joe, and I'll see you next time for the next break. Bye. All right, and there you have it. Not a bad box at all. Yeah, Matt got a nice little hat patch at the end. Got to play to the whistle. Now, if you enjoyed that one-box break, you're going to love a 3-box pick your team. All 3 boxes and 25% off. So link is in the chat if you want to get after that. All right, so I'm going to post another one-box break. I'm also going to keep that 2-spot giveaway, which is tonight only. Now, if you think about it, that's a 20% discount off the entire box. If someone buys all 8 spots, that's a personal box at a nice little discount. And it's from a fresh case. And I'll let you pick the box if you want to. But the second someone buys a spot, obviously you can't make it a personal box. don't know why I wrote football there, but we don't have any impeccable football. All right, and in about 10 quick minutes, we'll be starting the fourth quarter of the show. All right, there you go. That's a sharp play, Steven. He gets all 8 spots. Now, Steven, do you want to choose the box, or do you want the dice to choose? Let me go grab that case. Middle box, okay.
In the game is Jeremiah Estrada.
Okay, we got ourselves a whole new ball game. Battle of the bullpens, and here's the captain who's been throwing the ball very well this
Hi everyone, Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com coming at you with a one-box break of 2025 Panini and Peppa Baseball one-box random number block break number 4 with a 2-spot giveaway. Big thanks to, it's from a fresh case too, big thanks to Stephen K. Got all the spots. Right, taking advantage of that little haircut, if you think about it. That's a sharp play. We've had full spots available for a long time. No one's taken advantage of it until you. All right, and so since this is a personal box, I gave Stephen K the option to choose the box, and he said in the chat, middle box. All right, so we have box A, B, and C. And Stephen K wants the middle box, box B. So we'll save these for next time, which we could easily run back tonight. All right, good luck. I think you might have gotten that silver piece as well. Guess it could be gold, but I think I spotted a piece of metal in there. All right, let's see what we got for you. You got Nolan Ryan, 21 out of 35, Rangers edition. Got Vance Honeycutt to 99. Barry Larkin, 24 out of 60. And your hits, yeah, we got Starlin Caba, 53 out of 99. Here is Luke Keyshaw. It's nice colors in that window there. 25 out of 99. And then we've got Jet Williams, 24 out of 35. Extravagance auto. Jet. Ooh. Few more. Here is Braden Montgomery, 58 out of 99. Nice patch there as well. And we got Roberto Alomar, Timeless Moments. Alomar stuns Oakland with late blast. Blue Jays edition. That is 32 out of 35. And we got the 1 per case rated prospect silver, Carson Williams. 17 out of 25. Some fine silver there. Nice. I think he's one of the Rays' top prospects right there. All right, not too shabby, Steven. Thank you for grabbing all the spots. Appreciate you. Another one box break in the store, ladies and gentlemen. Go check it out, jaspyscasebreaks.com. Bye. All right, there you go.
He's not had a lot of success with pitchers. 165 average, worst in the majors. His pitch inning goes.
Hey, you're welcome, Steven. Thank you for getting in on it.
Peralta's up in the pen.
That's so easy for the shipping team to send out as well. They'll be happy about that. All right, what should we do next? Got a little MLB.TV right here. Got both of the night games on. Milwaukee is in San Diego. That's tied at 3. And then the other game, Cardinals at Giants. Cardinals up 6-5 on the Giants.
First and third, 2 down. Joey Ortiz on the 9th spot. For 2 in his career against the Strata. Suraj driving in. The game tying run. Lacy's coming up from second base to tie it at 3. Fired up Luis Suraj. Extended his hit streak on the way too to 11 games now. Running down comes into the game.
Couple of strikeouts more than innings business. Time for excitement. Action here for Bobby.
Strike to Jackson Merrill. Single back in the first inning. It's off the curveball.
Base runners, any way you can. Change direction. Look a little bit. Coming back. Bell's throw. Way up the line.
And Gavin Sheets. Swat ball, not sure what. 0 for 3 tonight. Spot down to second. Struck out, swinging, fly out to left. Still back is Merrill.
Wow, Stephen K is going to do another one. I like it. Probably upload. All right. Good luck, Steven. Here we go. Hi, everyone. Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com with another one-box break of 2025 Panini Impeccable Baseball. Random number block break number 5, and There's Stephen K again with all the spots. So this time in the chat he says box A. Remember I lettered them here. So there's C, we already did B, there's box A. All right, good luck, man. Here we go. Let's see what we got here. We got another fat card on the bottom. That could be a hat card. All right. Let's see what we got. Good luck, sir. We're going to start off with 31 out of 35, Kalen Culpepper. Here is Jackson Churio, 69 out of 99. And here's Dick Allen, 52 out of 60. All right, now the hits. We got a redemption that is nice, award-winning autograph, Dontrell Willis. The D-Train. That's pretty cool. Here is Ryan Sloan, 17 out of 35, Illustrious Ink. How about some Kobe Mayo, 41 out of 99, 3-color Passion Auto. We got Luis Angel Acuna, RPA, 61 out of 99, 2-color Passion Auto. Ronald's brother, of course. Does he have another sibling? Is there another Acuna? There is, right? Maybe in the Rangers organization? All right, a couple more here. Last one here is a nice Johnny Bench. That is 17 out of 99. Piece of the lumber and the auto. And it should be a piece of the hat. Yeah, it is Cam Caminiti for the Braves, 4 out of 6. Looks like the top of the Atlanta A. Right there, that's pretty cool. All right, there you go, Steven. Not a bad break at all. Dontrell Willis. Nice. Got legend right here, Johnny Bench. I like it. And the hat, piece of the hat's cool too. Thanks, Steven. Thanks for grabbing all those spots. Appreciate you. JaspysCaseBreaks.com. I'll see everyone next time for the next one. Bye. Done and done. Yeah, that was. I feel like that box was similar to the box from the previous case. These are different case, obviously.
Holding the Brewers to 3 runs. We are knotted up at 3. We've got a good one going on here. Runs, hits, equal. Right-hander Robert Suarez.
All right, well, once again, just like that, we are now down to our final box of this particular case. If we want to get some people together, run this last box of this particular case, and then the next one will be another one from a fresh case.
19 pitches on Saturday, 11 yesterday with the save.
Cardinals look like they were in victory formation. The Brewers, top of the order, in the top of the 9th, tied 3-3. San Diego with a walk-off possibility at the bottom of the frame. All right, Michael, looking ahead to tomorrow, gets the Rangers in Bowman Chrome number 5. I missed the play. Oh, wow. Nice play. All right, nice. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. Yeah, pre-orders are available here as well. So 9 left in pick your team number 1. Pre-order now. Diamondbacks, Guardians, Rockies, Brewers, Twins, Pirates, Padres, Blue Jays, and Nationals remain. There you go. I didn't want to twist your arm, Stephen K, but we've come this far. May as well get the last one, and Stephen K does.
Nice catch, 2 hands. Oh, that's great.
All right, so the next break will be from a fresh case. All right, good luck, Steven. Good luck. Let's see a monster out of here. Let's see a 101 or something. All right, here we go. Good luck. Hi, everybody. Joe for JaspysCaseBreaks.com. Yeah, another one-box break of 2025 Panini Impeccable Baseball. Stephen K got the first 2 boxes of this case. He has to finish the case, right? Has to finish the case. So there's box C right there. Good luck, Stephen. Hopefully this one, first 2 boxes were solid. We saw the case hit. Would love to see a real monster here. That'd be nice. All right, there we go. More blanks for me. We got a metal card on the bottom. And that's going to be Roy Halladay. 14 out of 99. All right, good luck, sir. Here we go. 73 out of 99, Travis Bazzana. The Guardians prospect. Here's James Tibbs III, who's with the Dodgers now, 36 out of 60, by way of Boston. Went to Boston in the Devers trade and then came back to the West Coast in the Dustin May trade. Crushing it in the minors. There's Trey Savage, the Blue Jays' big pitching prospect. That's 95 out of 99. Had a nice debut. I think a rougher second start though. Okay, hits. Yeah, we got Jared Thomas. Nice patch. Impeccables have been delivering some nice patches here. 21 out of 99. Here is Arjun Nimala, 3 out of 10 Canvas Creations. Another big Blue Jays prospect. I think the trivia / footnote on him is he's the first player of Indian descent. I think he was born in Florida, but I think his parents are Indian. And was picked in the first round, something like that. All right, a few more to go. Here is Lou Piniella, Immortal Ink, 12 out of 25. Player Lou Piniella. Nice Robin Yount, Impeccable Lumber signatures. Always love that autograph. All right, and the last one here is, wow, nice. 2 out of 24, Aaron Judge. I've heard of him, he's pretty good. Your 2024 MVP. Not a bad finish there. Not a bad case. Pretty solid, I think. Not the best case, but not the worst case. Solid. There you go, Steven. Thank you very much for grabbing all those boxes. Appreciate you. And appreciate everybody who was watching. Thanks. I'll see everyone next time for the next one. Bye. All right. There you go. Yeah, the Judge, that was a nice finish. Was a nice finish. All right, folks, if you're feeling bold like Stephen K, you know what to do. I mean, I'm happy to rip one box breaks of Impeccable all night long. We also have some other stuff too that would be fun to do tonight. Right? Obviously, there's another one. That's from a fresh case. I was hoping we could do more mini helmets. If anybody's interested in that. We got 4 spots left, and just that filler. Or if those 4 spots get snapped up, I can, or if those 4, if the filler fills first, we can do 2 fillers and 4 full spots. We can do 8 fillers or 8 full spots and no fillers. No one's bought a single spot in the filler yet, so if those 4 spots go away, I could cancel this filler and put another 4 back in. We may just be able to sell it out straight up. Inception Basketball is inching closer as well. 3 full spots plus 2 fillers, and this filler is halfway there if anybody wants to get in on some hoops action. I'm surprised that Impeccable Pick Your Team did not get into single digits tonight, but if you want to help out there, that's 25% off. And let's keep chipping away at the Prism Baseball. That's also 25% off, and that's our last case of Prism Baseball. We don't have any more after that. And if and when we do get more next time, we can't be assured that that's going to sell at be at the same price. Most likely it'll go up. There you go. Nice. That's a good price point for that Judge. Yeah, I was going to say, even like just any Judge Auto basically still sells pretty well in the secondary market. If you get anything lower number, it's even better. No, we're going to extras in San Diego. And it seems like Cal Raleigh has really chased down Aaron Judge in that MVP race, but if Judge ends up getting another MVP, that one might increase the stock of that car too. And it seems like Cal Raleigh is all but chased down Aaron Judge, so now it's just going to depend. I mean, it's a coin flip. It feels like now it's going to depend on how the baseball writers feel about it. I think for pretty much half the season, Aaron Judge was leading the race by a wide margin. But with each home run that Cal Raleigh has hit, and then Aaron Judge was injured for a good 3-4 weeks, right? 3 weeks, maybe 2-3 weeks, but enough time where Cal Raleigh gained a lot of ground. We'll see. Oh, your first year, nice. Yeah, gotta have some Aaron Judge in one's collection portfolio. I mean, I feel like Aaron Judge is probably one of the few like current players where you could probably just hold on to that card for the next 10, 15 years. Maybe see that appreciate. It's his value probably doesn't do a lot of crazy ups and downs.
Pitcher number 6 of the night for San Diego. Another start of this game, 5 2/3.
All right, once again, folks, we've got about an hour and 30 minutes left in the show. We are in the fourth quarter of the show. Got another one box break. That's from a fresh case. We can do that Donruss filler box, that blaster box. We can do that. We can keep chipping away at these 25% off breaks as well, or you can pre-order, keep pre-ordering, pick your team number 1. A rare Tuesday release. The rare Tuesday release. I don't know why they did that, but
George Holt on the first base side, but still.
All right, well, week 3 in the books. So it's already time to look ahead to week 4. Thursday night is Seattle at Arizona. It feels like a good Thursday night matchup. The line is short. Should be a competitive game here. One team's going to fall to 2-2. And one team's going to improve to 3-1. That's right. Vikings, Steelers in Dublin. So they'll be overseas. That should be interesting. Where are they? Where the heck are they playing? Croke Park? 82,000 people. National Stadium of Ireland, the headquarters of the Gaelic Athletic Association. The stadium was built in 1884. Let's fly to Ireland really quick. There it is. Yeah, right smack in the middle of Dublin, Ireland. And fly into the Dublin airport. Pop down the M1 to the M50. That gets you right there. Never been to Ireland. That's definitely a place I would want to go. I guess maybe teams could practice around here. What's the weather like in Dublin, Ireland? Good football weather. It'll probably be, so overnight, about 46 degrees, about 60 during the day. Yeah, that feels like good football weather. I don't like to bet on these international games. I feel like they're all so hit and miss, depending on how they travel and all that stuff. But anyway, Vikings are 2-1, Steelers are 2-1, so. Again, another team that's going to be 3-1 or 2-2. Commanders are in Atlanta. Atlanta fired their wide receiver coaches, I guess. So they're trying to shake things up. Now, something had to happen after they got shut out. They're only 1-2 though. Falcons, not the end of the world. get to 2-2, then they'd be in good shape. This is going to be a tough one for the Saints. Saints in Buffalo. Browns at Lions. Lions big win today in Baltimore. Now they're back home. Browns defense early on has looked pretty good. Definitely thought that the Packers would score a lot more points on that defense. Browns ended up not only stifling the Packers, but beating the Packers. Let's see what they do against the Lions offense. Panthers fresh off a 30-0 win. Go to New England. Let's see if they can keep that momentum going. And if Bryce Young, I think there was more defensive help that Bryce Young got, but still, a win is a win. You know, it'd be good for the hobby if, it's a lot of rushing, some special teams help, but we got to win. Now let's see if they can get Bryce Young in gear. Chargers at Giants. Chargers are looking real good. Giants trying to win their first game of the season. Someone's going to get their first loss. Eagles are 3-0. Buccaneers are 3-0. Philadelphia going into Tampa Bay. I guess Philadelphia's not. I don't think weather's going to be a factor here. It's going to be a little bit warmer than Philly, a tiny bit, but not by much. So we'll see what happens here. Eagles at Buccaneers. That should be a good game. Titans at Texans. Someone's going to go away with a win. Unless there's a tie, I guess. But Titans, Texans, I guess those are two teams that could end up tying instead of getting their first win of the season. This is going to be a good game. Colts at Rams. Colts are 3-0. Rams are 2-1. Somewhat unlucky to lose that game in Philly. It's maybe not unlucky, but they had plenty of chances to put the game away. But the Rams are at home. I'm trying to forget the second half of that last game. Could the Colts go 4-0? A win on the road would be a kind of a big statement game, especially against the Rams. That would be that'd be great for Daniel Jones. I think, was it Terry or someone was saying earlier that maybe last night, Daniel Jones cards. Daniel Jones cards are actually still quite cheap. Big win against the Rams could help Daniel Jones' stock in the hobby. Jaguars at Niners. Niners are 3-0, but they lost another key player. First they lost Brock Purdy, then Kittle. They were already without, Debo got traded, all that stuff. Still, they managed to be 3-0. They got another tough, is it a tough test? Jaguars are 2-1. Niners are at home, but they lost Nick Bosa. We'll see what happens there. The 1-2 Ravens are going to face the 1-2 Chiefs. I think when the schedule makers were making the schedule, I think they looked at week 4 and they thought, oh yeah, this will be a great matchup in the later window for CBS. We have the 3-0 Ravens against the 3-0 Chiefs. Bears at Raiders. Chicago's the road favorite at -1.5. Oh dear. Tough. Bears put up some points last week, didn't they? Yeah, they beat Dallas, right? We'll see what my Raiders are going to do. That offensive line is kind of terrible. It went from that's a weakness to now it's just bad. So they got to really figure things out on that end. So I think that was the whole problem. They couldn't get anything into gear. You know, secondary, Raiders secondary is all already not, you know, somewhat below average, but they could come up with plays, but it just seems like they just get gassed by the end of the game because the offense can't stay on the field. Sunday Night Football, Packers at Cowboys. Let's see if the Cowboys can bounce back a little bit. They're at home. And then we got a double Monday Night Football game. Jets at Dolphins. Someone should walk away with a win here, right? 0-3 Jets, 0-3 Dolphins. And this would have been a good Joe Burrow versus, you know, in Mile High. Right, facing Bo Nix. Bengals are still 2-1. Broncos are 1-2. They're pretty good at home. That could be a sneaky good game. I'm not as optimistic about Jets at Dolphins though. Brewers got on the top of the 4th or 11th to get 4 runs, 4-3, and then the Padres just scored a run. Going to the 11th.
in San Diego tied up 4-4. Both teams get a run in the 10th and top of the 11th inning. Rodriguez gets into the game now for San Diego.
Pretty interesting, and a hard-thrown right-hander enters this one. But it's a good experience for the kid. All the Brewers walk away with victory, hopefully. Good things for Brett Blake. This is his 5th game. They see a rate of 4 innings of work, 4 strikeouts, 1 walk. It's a 143, a small sample size for hard-thrown right-hander.
So it'll be Monasterio running at second base. Caleb Durbin leads it off. In the 11th inning. Shirley
All right, what about this blaster box? Anybody want to get this going? It's only $15.99 a spot. 16 bucks a spot helps you win an Inception basketball spot. It's a $90 value. One spot gets you 2 teams. No, Padres. There's like a swinging bunch. Gets Ortiz on base. Joey Ortiz on base. Now that turns over the lineup. Now, Churio, maybe Terang. And Churio's over 5 today, so you know he wants a chance to get a big hit here. Let's see what Yelich can do. Obviously, helps me if the Padres can or if the Brewers can beat the Padres here. It'd be nice. It's a walk for Yelich. Bases loaded, 1 out. Jackson Churio is an 0 for 5 on the day. That's another ball. Oh. That was another ball that sure just swung at it. Should have been taken all the way. This guy can't throw strikes right now. I think that was another ball. It helped him out. Three and two. Oh, the phantom pitch com problem. Got to give the pitcher a breather. Oh no, Jackson Churio, inning-ending double play. 0 for 6 on the day. That's tough times. All right, gang. JaspysCaseBreaks.com, final hour. Maybe a little bit less if we don't see a lot of orders. We might sign off a tiny bit on the earlier side, but last order we got was about 45 minutes ago. If you want to get something going, we've got that 2-spot giveaway in the Impeccable Baseball. You know, we can even work on maybe this Donruss basketball filler, or keep snagging teams in Bowman Chrome. Pick your team 1. If we don't really see anything happening by the 45, 50-minute mark, we'll probably call it a tiny bit on the earlier side. I feel like this basketball break should be relatively easy to do. And there's the walk-off for the Padres. Brewers had their chance. They had the bases loaded in the top of the 11th. Only 16 bucks a spot, 14 spots left. Give away some Inception basketball spots. So $16 gives you a chance to win a $90 spot, and 1 spot gets you 2 teams. Give that a shot. Plus whatever happens in the blaster box. Oh, Padres have officially clinched a playoff spot. I think no matter what happens in the rest of the season, they're going to get one of the wild card spots. Or the division, I guess. I think the Dodgers would have to, Padres have to win every game here on out. And Dodgers, I think, would have to lose every game from here on out, something like that.
be with you. She was fated to make that choice. There wasn't enough time to prepare.
The Force provides you with insight.
I knew.
But how for speed? It was the only choice.
Choice you made. It's not wrong. Tell me what it is. Which one?
Very well.
Oh, we got an order. Matt Arnold looking to tomorrow. Nice, gets the Rockies in delight number 1. Which is down to 8. I don't think Jason is going live early, but he might turn on the stream for us. And if he happens to see something sell, I think he'll pop over. I think there was like a schedule shift or something like that, so he has to cover the early shift for Fanatics tomorrow. All right, so if anybody wants to get some of those pre-orders going, I think that'd be great.
What's the Dodgers' magic number, Joe? Like, if they beat the Padres 3 out of 4, it should be fine.
4?
I guess it also depends on the Padres lose, right?
They won tonight. Yeah, so I think it's still at 4. Because it's like a combination of wins and losses, and the Dodgers are off today, so. All right, Michael. Here's our tiebreaker. Wow. That's pretty good. I like that you signed it too. I signed it as well. All right. Extra onions and tomatoes for you, Michael. All right. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see everybody tomorrow, folks. We're gonna sign off. I think it's been pretty quiet the last hour or so, but we'll be back tomorrow. Jason might sign us on early today, and he might even do a break if we got that sold out. If we get that thing sold out, but I think he's going to be starting on Fanatics Live a little bit earlier tomorrow. But maybe he'll start the YouTube stream early. But I'll be here my normal time, 3 o'clock Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern. So keep chipping away at all this stuff, and maybe we'll pull some monsters in some of that Bowman Chrome baseball. Have a great night, everybody. Bye.